Hello, hello guys. We're going to have a spiritual discussion on all things dream related. Feel free to request a box to come up and share, ask questions, or talk about your experiences. How's everybody doing tonight? Be a doll and share out. Be sure to tap that screen. We're going to see how this discussion gets going. I'm going to share out here in a minute. Hey everyone. How's everybody doing tonight? Just going to give TikTok a minute to catch up with everybody. Let me just share. We are going to be discussing all things dream related. If anybody would like to come up and share, just request a box. Feel free to tap that screen and share out with people. I'm just giving TikTok a few minutes to catch up and share out and promote. Just give me a minute to finish sharing out, y'all. If anybody would like to come up and discuss anything dream related, feel free to request. Okay, just waiting for a few people to get here. Okay. Hello, hello. How is everybody doing tonight? Oh, Annette, your name came up different. It came up as your business name, so that's cool. How are you doing? How's everybody doing tonight? I just got home from work not long ago, so just trying to come home and relax a little bit. Have this discussion here with y'all. Just giving TikTok a little bit before we really get into this discussion. How is everybody? We are going to be discussing all things dream related, anything that has to do with that type of information. If you have any questions, stories, or experiences you want to share, just request up so we can share those experiences and answer questions if you have any to the best that we can. Help each other out. We learn by talking about our experiences and growing as a community. So we try to facilitate that here a little bit. I know these usually start out. You can't join yet. Oh, you're on your desktop. Okay, well, we'll just continue on without you. Oh, what happened, Annette? I want to know. Now I'm wondering what happened. If you are new here, we do spiritual discussions on Tuesday. And what we do on those is invite everyone up to talk about their experiences with whatever topic or explain it in their terms, all along those things. So if you have any questions or stories you want to share that are dream related, go ahead and request up. We can get this talk going. This is for y'all. I want vanilla ice cream as a gift. Funny. Funny, 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 I say. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. I am so excited for that, Annette. I am so happy to hear that. That makes me happy for sure. I know you were really, really worried about that. I knew he would break out of the NICU. I remember when my kids were in it, and it was definitely a trying time for sure. It got a lot better when he got home. Well, when both of them got home, but one of them took a lot longer than the other, so. We are talking about all things dream related, guys. If anybody wants to come up and discuss, we are waiting for TikTok to share out a little bit. I do like vanilla. Okay, Annette. That sounds good. My son came home when he was still on oxygen and stuff too, so it's a little bit crazy. But he will be fine. I am sure. I know it. I'm just checking my messages over here because everybody keeps messaging me. So you had a great day then, huh? My day was just blah. I just had to work all day. Well, hopefully she wasn't in the hospital for too long, Mel. We are talking about all things dream related here, guys. If anybody has anything they want to share, any questions, any stories, we are welcome to come up and share. When we share, we expand not only our own knowledge, but we're able to learn from others that share as well. So it is definitely making the community better. I know my Tuesday nights, they always start out slow, but by the end, there's a lot of people here. So trying to keep things moving. I'm thinking maybe I should make it a little bit later in the evening for those people out maybe on the West Coast time, but 9 o'clock seems to work pretty well for me. Wow, that's a big baby. Oh, you're in Texas? I'm in Texas too. We are doing a spiritual discussion all on dreams tonight. Feel free to request up to share your dreams, your experiences, anything along those lines. I'm mainly just waiting for the algorithm to kind of kick up on TikTok. It takes a little while for them to share out. Consistently notice that it takes about 10 to 15 minutes for TikTok to share out that I'm even live to my followers. Okay, Mel. You have a lot to share. Can't wait. We are talking about dreams. If you are just coming in, if you could tap that screen, that would be helpful. Share with your friends that might like it. We're going to have a spiritual discussion here on dreams. All are welcome to come up and share their experiences, their thoughts, their views, and also ask any questions that they have. I don't dream a whole lot, but when I personally do, they're usually like premonition dreams of the future about myself and my family, so I don't necessarily like them. But I don't recall a lot of my dreams either. Now, I do travel on the astral plane sometimes when I'm dreaming or when I'm sleeping, and I will remember those because it's consciously going somewhere. But I view those as different than actual dreams. Hello, hello, people that are just coming in. We are going to soon be discussing dreams. If you want to request a box to come up and share yours, your experiences, why we dream, what they are, what happens to you when you dream, etc., or if you have any questions. We're going to be talking about lucid dreaming and how to get to that state a little bit later as well. We're sharing out now. Yeah, I remember where I am if I go there, like, consciously, like, if I have something I want to do. Yeah, I shared out a couple minutes before you got in here. But I definitely remember when it's like a premonition style dream, or if I've gone to the astral plane. Some people do, some people don't. I guess it really depends on the person. Hurry up, Melanie. Yeah, Melanie was supposed to be live with me at 9, but you see she's 18 minutes late. Oh, I heard a noise. I don't know what that noise was. Oh, I should make it easier for you all to... Oh, we do have... Oh, that's what it was. We had... make a new friend with quick invite. No, I don't want that. Okay. Let me change the format so I can make it easier for you to request up. Hold on. Oh, I don't think I can until somebody's up here with me. I need to get more TikTok savvy when it comes to... when it comes to using the little things in TikTok. Oh, you're laid up on the screen though. Why doesn't it give me the option to request you to come up? Huh, that's weird. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I have to share out once I'm live because I can't do it before. You don't want to be the first to discuss. Well, somebody's got to be. Otherwise, I'm just here alone and I'm not terribly exciting, unfortunately. Sure, it counts. We are going to be discussing dreams and y'all's experience, guys. You guys lead this conversation. So if anybody wants to discuss them, hit that little invite button over to your right. And you will be able to come up into a box and share with us. But you're not live. Yeah, don't argue with a Sagittarius. Have you learned nothing in our long friendship? And I am a Sagittarius. My birthday will be at the end of the month, so yay. Of course you've learned nothing. Okay. She wants... No, I don't. I probably want tarot cards for my birthday, so if anybody wants to drop me their favorite deck, love it. But we are going to be discussing dreams, anything you all want to discuss in that manner. We are able to discuss whether you have dreams, whether you're looking to have them, whether you're having trouble remembering them, maybe the significance of dreams. Why do we have them? Or what your thought is on it too. We would love to hear when we share stories with each other and share our experiences. We help others around us to learn and to grow in the spiritual community. That's our primary focus and goal here, especially on Tuesday nights. I try to help people grow every day, but especially on Tuesday nights when we do the Tuesday night lives. How many people are you sharing out with? My goodness. You dream of your wife every night? Hey, Amanda, we're talking about dreams and maybe their significance. I wonder, I seen her pop in, but I don't know if she's still here. This TikTok doesn't show me who's in here anymore. Like, it doesn't let me see the little icon. Oh, you are still in here. Hello, hello. Oh, you're really close to 100 followers. Oh, you have 100 followers today. You have 114 followers, Amanda. Was 100 the threshold to come up? Let's see. I don't know if it... No, I still don't have the option to invite you, I don't think. They were supposed to have gone away with that. You're at 100 now. You have 100 and... Let me see. 114 followers. So that's kind of cool. I don't know if it'll let you request up or not with 114. I was told that there is no limit on them, but obviously there has to be because some people aren't allowed up in the box, sadly. Yeah, today's been kind of a busy day for just about everybody I know. I keep having... Yeah, then it must be more than that. Keep having dreams of my dog that will pass away unexpectedly. Oh, you're probably having those dreams because your dog probably is around you and you're thinking about him and feeling the energy because, you know, you were maybe very close to the dog. It's usually when I find when you dream about somebody or an animal that has passed, it's usually because they're close by. We can no longer see them a lot of times with our regular eyes. So we develop that sense of dreaming about them to kind of get that connection. It's all in energy vibration. We are talking about dreams and all things related to them. If anybody wants to come up and share. You avoid dreaming because, yeah, I tend to try to avoid dreaming as well for the same reasons. If I do dream, a lot of times they're premonitions of what's going to happen in my future, and I don't necessarily like them. I mean, I have had dreams that were, you know, not premonitions and straight up dreams, but not very many that I remember. Astral stalking. I do go place in the astral when I sleep sometimes if I choose to, and those I do remember as well. We would love to hear some of your all's experiences if you would like to come up and share them or your thoughts on dreams. Yeah, dreams can allow the meat suit to rest, same as, you know, traveling on the astral can provide for some clarity and maybe some answers and things along those lines. I wonder if I can turn off my camera without people going live. No, it won't let me. It only lets me turn it off if other guests are up. It's really... Only lets me turn it off if other... Hello, can you hear me, Mel? I think you might have some weird feedback. Are you there, Mel? Who's messaging me?
All right, can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay. Well, sorry. I had you on the desktop, but I didn't want to just screech through playback while, you know, from hearing you or you've been on the computer and then my microphone on, and then yeah, I would have probably destroyed everybody's eardrums.
Oh
So
yeah, probably would.
so talking about dreams. I was hoping we'd have some people up on the panel to discuss, maybe some. I know Annette has some very intense and interesting dreams. I know that Amanda Cole doesn't like to dream. Um, Sarah, since you've been going to bed and having a routine, have you been dreaming at all since you've now go
Mm-mm.
to bed?
No,
Some
I
of the
still
times
sleep
where
about
you
the
avoid
same.
sleep for
I
a
still,
lot.
I still sleep about the same number of hours. I only sleep about 4 or 5 hours a night.
Are you dreaming?
No, not unless
No.
I'm still travel. But we did have a comment in a question in the comments. Somebody asked what the astral plane was.
They said, oh, somebody asked, what does the astral mean? Like how a dream and an astral thing different. Sarah plays around in the astral realm way more than I do. She'd be able to answer that better than me.
Well, the astral plane is like here on Earth, we're in the physical plane. So when we need our physical body, the astral plane is where we don't use our physical body. We transcend our physical body for a short amount of time and go to an energetic plane where we don't need our astral body. It's called the astral plane. Sometimes that's where you might see spirits or something along those lines.
But there's different realms when you go into dreamland or dreamscape. Now astral's usually like a big go to for many. Now some people and they don't do it very often, but some of them do it a lot. Some of them like, have done it a few times where they will dream and they will shift into another dimension and live a full lifetime. So like when they wake up, it's like times when like you wake up and you don't know who you are, where you're at. Like you just it's like that one couple of seconds of like almost like a panic because you don't know anything. Like you like forgot who you were, you forgot where you're at for like, and usually it's only just for like a couple seconds and then you remember. Well, it's like that for them, but usually it's like a couple minutes. It's like until they can get their bearings and everything. And they did. It was like so surreal that they just felt like they were dreaming. Technically, they weren't. I mean, technically they weren't in another dimension. Oh, is that you or me going off notifications?
I'm sitting next to my laptop, and everybody's messaging me apparently.
Now, now, lucid dreaming is when you are aware and awake in your dream. And I know some people that struggle with it. Some people are good at it. Some people are still trying to grasp at it. I accidentally taught myself how to do it as a child, so I've been lucid dreaming for since I was a child. I'm very, very conscious in my sleep. Like when I go to sleep, I know I'm dreaming every time.
Yeah, I know if I'm dreaming or if I'm on the astral realm.
And then we have dream walkers. Now, dream walkers. I usually that's what I like to call more like when you're very active in dream realm, and a lot of times you can remember. Sometimes people can remember the dream. Sometimes can't. It just kind of varies. But dreamwalkers are people that like I said, they're usually very active in there. They're usually doing things. Um, like Sarah, like I know that you like to do things on the astral realm, but you're a little bit more conscious than a lot of dreamwalkers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and or you could even I've shared dreams with a couple of people. Actually, there was a time where I was dreaming about an old friend, Crystal, and it was a really weird dream. And I remember waking up, and it was just so surreal, and it was like I could still remember it. So I picked up my phone to go to message her, and as I'm messaging her, she's messaging me, and she had also dreamt. She had dreamt about me. We had two. Our dreams were different, but we had both dreamt were in each other's dreams though. It was really crazy. I mean, literally, like when I was messaging her, she was messaging me. And she's a Cancer. She's a Cancer with an Aquarian moon, and I'm an Aquarius with a Cancer moon.
That's cool. You must have some type of connection. Amanda Cole said you can peek into other people's dreams. I think some people wanted to know what lucid dreaming was.
Oh, I explained. Yeah, lucid dreaming. It's when you are consciously awake while dreaming. And when you lucid dream, you can control it. Most well, 80% of the time I don't. I just kind of go with the flow of it. And like the peak in the dreams, yeah. Some people have the capability of doing that, and some people have the capability of influencing other people's dreams.
So to me, lucid dream is like almost like a dream you create. And the reason you create it is because your subconscious creates the actual dream, but you are aware on a conscious level that you are dreaming. So you can kind of alter those dreams a lot if you think about it when you're in that dream. So lucid dreaming is kind of like almost to me it's kind of almost between being on the astral plane and dreaming. It's that kind of in between point where you're still here on the physical plane, but you can manipulate some of the things that you see.
A lot of times when I lucid dream, it's very surreal, like almost like just physical, like everything's bright when I dream. So like when I'm lucid dreaming and it's that vivid and that bright, it's usually a very significant dream. Other times whenever I'm lucid dreaming, it's not so like physical feeling, like surreal, but but I always know when I go to sleep. So it just different events have happened. I mean, some dreams I remember very vividly from lucid dreaming. But I do a lot of like different things when I'm sleeping though, even before I go to sleep.
What do you do?
Oh, flying. Yes, dreams of flying. Yeah. I used to have a lot of those when I was a child. I don't care for them too much now, because I'm afraid of heights. But yeah, and I don't like the dreams of being in a car going really, 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 really fast. I don't like those dreams either.
So you said you did things before you go to sleep. What do you do?
Um, think about certain things. Sometimes scenarios in my head, or I will envision certain things before I go to sleep.
And why do you do that? What purpose do they serve?
I've been doing it since I was a child.
I know, but do you think they serve a purpose?
What?
Do you think that those things that you do serve a purpose? Why do
Some of them do. Would I like to share? No.
Oh, so you don't want to talk about what the
No, I don't know. No, not through, no, because it's very private.
okay.
So some of the things I do. I mean, it's like I said, but like scenarios, um, just like every like you would like normally
What do you
like
think?
when you're
What
awake,
do you
like
think might be?
play scenarios out. But there's certain things that I do before I go to sleep that I don't want to discuss it because it's private. It has a lot to do with the spiritual war.
I don't know what you're saying, Shane. Um, yeah, dreams can be super private for sure. Like the last thing you think about, you dream about. Not necessarily. You there's nothing written anything that defines that the last thing that you think about is what you dream about. I mean, sometimes that's certainly true, especially if you have something weighing kind of heavily on your mind. But there are other ways to dream about things as well. I mean, sometimes we just have residual thoughts, and it has nothing to do with spirituality. But a lot of times, dreams have to do with spirituality. Sometimes we get premonition style things in our dreams, like I do. Other times it's our higher self trying to reach us and maybe teach us lessons. Other times people might actually astral travel when they're in their dreams or dream walk, which dream walk is when you walk from your dream to somebody else's dream. So you can actually have that connection with them.
Yep, and dream walking you can also just influence like just because there's because you have like when you dream when you go to sleep you're supposed to be within your own consciousness like your own because there's like the collective and then there's your own personal now there's like a thing like when it comes to like the whole collective it's like tapping in like where everybody like is that's sleeping it's like just like I don't know think of it like a big thin cloud but actually, dream. You're not always lucid when you dream walk. Sometimes you can dream walk and not be lucid. Um, now, now with dreams, now I used to be really, really good at it too. Where if I was dreaming and I was having a really good dream, I could wake up, go to the bathroom, lay back down, and pick up where I left off at. But see, that's the thing. Like I love sleep because I love dreaming. Dreaming's like a huge thing for me. So it's always been something that I've always kind of messed around with. I have a couple of dream journals, and I recently purchased a dream book from Wanji, which where you can it has like specific questions. But but in my dream journal though, I only write down like highly significant, very vivid, very like dreams I think that are important in my dream journal.
And what kind of things do you think the average person should keep a dream journal?
I think if a person has intense dreams or very like dreams where like they wake up and they're like, "What the hell is that?" That then yeah, I mean, they should. If a person has a lot of night terrors, they should. That's another thing. I don't have nightmares. I don't have bad dreams. Even if the dream is trying to go in that route, it doesn't. But I have a lot of control when I'm sleeping though.
Is that based on the rituals that you do before you go to bed, or do you think it's another reason?
I think it's because of what I used to do when I was a child before I go to sleep. That's how I like accidentally taught myself how to lucid dream. Plus, I'm a double can. Of course, with the Cancer and Cancer rising, and that's Cancer rules the moon. Moon's connected to dream realm. Um, but I've always been heavily connected in with like just dreams. Like so, my dreams have always been either very interesting, significant. Um, I could do a lot of things in my dreams, but I'm also a heavy lucid dreamer. I'm very, very aware when I dream. Now, I have seen in natal charts where, like, I can see in a chart like if somebody has bad dreams. I can see in a natal chart if people communicate and talk with other people because like are with their guides. I've known people that go through significant certain types of spiritual training while in dream realm. A lot of times that's not in dream realm though. That's like getting pulled into another dimension or into a dream space where they're doing something like training or learning or speaking with like either like their guides or their higher self. It all kind of varies from person to person, but I can see that I can see that in a natal chart. A lot of times it has a lot to do with Neptune in the 12th house as well as the moon, but mostly Neptune and 12th house. Somebody has like a Pluto in the 12th. That's pretty intense. People that have Pluto in the 12th have usually have really bad dreams, and if they have that North Node on there, North Node intensifies everything. So then that intensifies it even more. Um, a lot of times, like if somebody has like Venus in the 12th, they have a lot more like sweet dreams. So it all just varies, but I can definitely see in the chart if somebody has like dream issues, or and sexual things because like Neptune rules the 12th house, and Neptune is part of the dream realm, and Neptune's a very very sexual planet. But so yeah, that people's chart completely tells on them. You can see that.
Guys, we are talking about dreams and all things dream related. If you have anything you want to share or discuss, feel free to request a box and we will let you come up too. Do you think there are things that the average run of the mill person should do prior to going to bed?
I think it varies from person to person. For me, whenever I'm going through like a hard time, I like to hemi sync to help your little guy not have with nightmares. Try some crystals. So there's some and Sarah would probably be really good at picking out some really good crystals for that. Also, you can get what's it called, Florida water, and put some in a little bowl and put it underneath the bed. That will collect energies. You can leave it there for a couple of days and then dump it. Um, music, music is significant. I'm scared of the dark, so for years, really, I still do it now. I've always slept with either like a TV on or like a light on or radio. And it wasn't until like my last big relationship, my boyfriend said to me, he's like you've never truly slept before because he sleeps with all the lights on, everything quiet. He's like you've never really like been in like an actual sleep because because they say when you have the TV and music and all that going, you don't really go into a deep sleep, which is not true because I can go into a freaking coma, and like, and for me, it doesn't matter. I can close my eyes. I can sleep at any time. I can sleep at a drop of a hat. I've slept out on the front porch while somebody was mowing the lawn. I've slept through a tornado that ripped through my town. Like, so, I mean, if I want to sleep, I can sleep. So, but with the nightmares, there's, music, crystals, Florida water under the bed to help absorb. Um, maybe even doing like a fun, like a light activity that's that's fun, but like on the bright, like on the fun side, that's so then that will give like real good visuals before going to sleep. Yeah,
One
so
thing,
yeah, moonstone. I would say what's it? Oh, it's right there. Obsidian, black obsidian, and tourmaline. Yeah, selenite, moonstone. Um, opalite, which is like a moonstone, and rose quartz, clear quartz. You do like a little combination. Now, BG Hugs there. She does crystal pouches like a combination for certain things. So you might want to check her out. Yes, they do. Um, too bad Amanda Kelly wasn't on here because she had issues with her son had issues with like dream stuff, and Sarah and I were able to help her. Sarah gave her some really good advice and some things that helped.
yes, one thing you can do that will help your son too is the power of our vocalization is very important. So if we project onto our children that they're not going to have nightmares and bad dreams, they're going to believe it. One thing
Oh,
that
Sarah, it's kind of hard to hear you.
I have my phone a little far away. Let me see. Is it better now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, I had my phone on my mouth, so I guess I'll just move it closer. One thing that I did with my children is to make them Monster Be Gone Bad Dream Spray. And I just took an aluminum bottle and I put a piece of clear quartz in the bottom of that bottle. And then I put about probably 15 to 20 drops of lavender oil and about the same at with sweet orange, or you could use tangerine, your preference. They both smell very similar. It's very,
That was
very
amazing.
nice smell. And then you put about 2 ounces of water in there, and but you want to use distilled water, and about 2 ounces of witch hazel. The witch hazel in the distilled water will prevent it from going, bacteria, algae, and stuff like that. And then what I did was I would spray it around their room every day before we go to bed, so that they would have good dreams and monsters couldn't get them. And over time, you're reaffirming with your child that they're not going to have bad dreams and nothing can get them. No monsters or anything like that. So over time, they believe that, and those attract and bring in what we say, what we think, what we believe. So, yeah, Florida water can be put in a spray bottle as well.
Also, I would recommend too mugwort. I sometimes I like to go through the house and burn mugwort late at night, and mugwort is it's a really good dream aid. And what it does is it connects you, with things on the other side that that do offer protection and help, and it does help with having more pleasant dreams. And it smells wonderful, and it clears out negative energy, so it will clear out any negative energy that's like lurking around as well. Yeah, Florida water is great. Well, it's just that's what it's called. It's kind of smells like cologne, like and it comes in like these really cool bottles. It's just called Florida water.
Well, I just want to say something though. If you are allergic to ragweed, you're going to be allergic to mugwort as well. If you have any allergies to birch or ragweed, mugwort is going to affect you. So if you or your child, a lot of children are allergic to ragweed. So if that is you, then I would not recommend doing anything with mugwort.
And also with certain crystals, you don't want to get them in water either. You don't want to put like spray water or anything like that or Florida water, like selenite, bubbly jasper. There's a few
Well,
other ones that you want to keep in water.
selenite is okay in water if you don't really worry about the crystal. I like to use selenite in water personally because over time it does break down and dissolve. So it actually is transfused into that water because it is a crystal that breaks down.
I just find it to be very toxic putting in water.
Well, I mean, not if you're using it as a sprayer. I mean, if you're consuming the water, certainly I wouldn't consume water with selenite in it. But just to spray it around a room, it's not going to do anything more than like a little bit of the selenite dust or powder would do.
Oh, love you too, Amanda.
Bye, Amanda.
And again, oh, and like before sleeping, hemi-syncing. I really do like hemi-syncing. And doing breath work as well is really good too. What breath work you do before you go to sleep? It's also really good when you first wake up because it oxidates the body. But hemi-syncing, what it does is it bilateral beats and it helps with alpha brainwave state in your mind. Um, and it's got different hemi-syncing for like little different things, but it's nice. And you want to wear headphones when you do it. They even have
Oh,
thing that helps with like astral travel and
we had
stuff.
somebody ask what Florida water was, so I want to explain what that is.
Okay.
Florida water is essentially the same thing as it's an Americanized version of what would call a eau de cologne, and what that is, it just means cologne water. But what Florida water actually is it is a mixture of sweet orange with like some usually some type of lemon. There's a couple different ways to make it depending on what company you use, but it usually has sweet orange and lemon in it, and then they add a little bit of lavender and clove in it. So you can certainly make it at home, but that's what Florida water is. It is given the name Florida water because Florida is known for citrus. But it is good for cleansing because sweet orange, lemon, anything in that citrus family is going to be good for cleansing and, peaceful vibrations. If anybody wants to come up and talk about dreams or has any questions or anything they want to share, certainly feel free to request to come up. We are here so that everybody can grow and learn. The more we share, the more we grow and learn. I wonder where Cormac is.
Well, let's see here.
Oh yeah, it stinks when you don't have enough followers. I hate that they put a requirement on how many followers you have. But if you do have questions and you cannot come up here, that's fine. We can answer them before you are here. You don't have to be part of the live to participate with us. What are you doing, Melanie?
Nothing.
It sounds like you're. I don't know what it sounded like you were doing.
Nanya.
Oh, wishy or
I'm,
something.
I'm building some vanilla castles for your vanilla ice cream.
Ooh, make sure it's here by my birthday. There's not a lot of people here tonight. I'm surprised. Well, the little guy dreams. Well, I mean, aliens are certainly real, and they do communicate with people. I would inquire about those dreams, and if they do scare him, ask him why they scare him, and kind of get a sense as to why they scare him, and then maybe you can kind of rationalize with it and come up with a way so that they're less scary.
Yeah, because they may not be trying to scare him. It's just they might be just becoming are coming off scary. Because being because kids don't know, and I mean that could be I mean even for an adult. So yeah, and your son could easily be astral traveling and stuff like that as well, and that could be scary too.
Yeah, and he may be having encounters. I had encounters not with aliens specifically when I was a child, but certainly with spirits and other beings. I wasn't particularly scared of it, but I did have people there to, tell me it wasn't scary and kind of walk me through it. I could imagine that it would be scary if it was, new to you and you didn't have somebody to maybe talk to and get some information about it. The best way to deal with any problem that a child has is talk to them about it, find out what they know, find out why it's scary or what's bothering them about it, and go from there. Maybe your child might be just scared of them because they look a little differently than we do, and then you can go on to discuss, like, just because something looks different doesn't mean it's scary. It's just getting to the root of the problem. And me personally, what I do continuously is I hang a gamahe above my bed, which is essentially a talisman that keeps away, the things that aren't pleasant in my dreams when I'm less in control of my headspace, and I'm less protected by my shielding. I don't like to have that vulnerable feeling. So sometimes something as simple as a talisman will be effective. Oh, he messes up and thinks he won't come back. Kind of like a dream catcher. I mean, you can certainly use a dream catcher for dreams, but if he is having encounters rather than, true dreams, it might not do anything for, that particular issue. So it's important to talk to him so you can determine what is best needed for him. But I would tell him to, feel your energy, and tell him he can always come back. If he calls your name, reassure him that you will come, you will hear him, because you have that connection to him. That's going to help to give him a sense of not being fearful of the unknown, because the last thing that most of us want is for our children to fear things when there's no reason to. I mean, certainly it's wise to give our children a heads up and tell them, certain things are not okay, but we want to make sure that we are giving them the right information, because some things that at first can seem, scary, when we learn later in life, they're not, can put us behind on our spiritual path a little bit. So it's important to be accepting, but it's also important to understand what your child are going through, and the only way you can do that is by really trying to understand their experience and talking to them. And a lot of times children don't have the words that they need. They don't have the vocabulary. So when you take that time to listen to them and explain it, if it's a word that they need or a vocabulary lesson that they need, then you can take that moment to give them the words that they need for that. Okay, guys, if you are here, we are talking about dreams, lucid dreaming, experiences with lucid dreaming, or any questions you may have about lucid dreaming. Feel free to request a box if you have enough to come up.
Or even like dreams of like premonitions, nightmares, night terrors, things that you do in dream realm, or just questions.
Yes, definitely, definitely. It's not a very lively discussion tonight. I wonder why. It's kind of weird. Usually my Tuesday night discussions have a lot more people. Of course, soirees. But I mean, does anybody have any more questions on dreams, or have any experiences they want to share?
Oh, what are you doing?
Me? Nothing. Why?
Sounds like you're sanding down some wood.
I'm literally doing nothing.
Mm-hmm. And then,
Yeah, I'm just sitting here sanding. Because that's what I do on my live, trying to figure out my husband's password. Oh, I guess I need to create one. His company is switching from 1099 to W-2, so I have to fill out a ton of paperwork. So joy, 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 happy, happy.
Sounds like good times. Dream catchers are good. I like dream catchers. If you do get a dream catcher, get it from somebody. Oh, how do I say this? Somebody that has a significant type of energy that hand makes them. They'll be a lot different than going to the store and just buying one. If you have one like handmade, um, it's gonna harness a way better energy, especially from somebody who has a certain specific type of energy within themselves.
Yeah, I definitely. Do we have comments? Because I'm not seeing any. Do we have comments? Because I don't see any, Mel, and it seemed like you were responding to a comment.
Had asked for. It's been a minute since they asked. Um, I don't think you just. It was like the last question on there.
Oh.
I think you were talking when. Oh yeah, it was your last question.
Hey guys, if you're just joining us, we are talking about dreams and all things dream related. If you would like to come up and share your experience, we would love to have you come up and share.
There's a question for you.
Yes. Hey Mouser. I don't know why she would have trouble. If she's following me, she should just be able to click on my little live icon. If she isn't, you should be able to just share an invite with her. What question do you have for me?
I think that was probably the question.
What was the question?
I think that was the question.
Oh, her daughter? I don't know why she would have a problem joining. I mean, I don't typically. I shared them. Oh, that's weird. I am live. I mean, the only thing that I could think is that it's a TikTok little bug. But TikTok has been extremely weird. It doesn't show a lot of my followers that I'm live. So, yeah, there is that. Other than that, I don't really know what to tell her other than maybe try restarting TikTok if she hasn't. I don't know why everybody messages me when I'm live. If you are here in the comments, guys, we are talking about dreams. Maybe why we have them, questions you have about them. Anything along those lines. Definitely feel free to come up and share your dreams with us, especially if they had spiritual significance or what you think the spiritual significance is. What other topics did you want to cover, Melanie?
I think, I'm trying to think of what I put in the video. I did have on there. Yeah, hold on. Let me go grab real quick.
It's also important to realize that there's many reasons why we dream. Sometimes it's for spiritual growth. Sometimes it's because we have things to do in other realms that we can't access another way. Sometimes it's just our body's way of processing memories and understanding the emotions that we had. So if you have something that is really weighing on your mind, that's sometimes why we dream about it. And sometimes we don't realize these things are really heavily on our mind. If you are in here and you do want to share a dream or have questions on dreaming or anything along those lines, that is what we are talking about tonight on this live. So if you would like to come up and speak about that, just go ahead and hit the request button, which is over on the side of our faces over here on the right side. It should be. Oh, you're changing the pictures.
These were some of the things I had put in the video for topics, or like topic like of discussion on with dreams. Let's see here. I wanted. There we go. False awakenings. Oh, people! I'm pretty sure everybody's had some of those where you wake up in your dream. So you wake up and you're getting ready, and you know, start the day, and then next you know you wake up and you realize that all of that was nothing. Or when you wake up and you have to go pee, so you wake up and you go pee, and then you realize that you're still laying in bed needing to go pee. Love those.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of those ones.
Daydreams.
I don't find myself having a lot of those. I know one of my children has them quite frequently, but I do not.
Oh, false awakening dreams. I get those every now and then. Um, Now, prophetic dreams, like where you dream about, and those can be dreams of the past as well. It's just the future. Um, I've had quite a few dreams where they end up happening. Let's see here. Recurring. Those are always nice. When I was a child, I used to have a recurring dream. And then after I hit a certain age, I stopped having them. Do you get recurring dreams?
I don't have reoccurring dreams now. When I was a child, I had one dream that was reoccurring, and it was just uh, when I was a child, I was scared of closing the door in the bathroom. And the reason why is because when I closed the door to the bathroom in my dream, this lady appeared and tried to take me away. And I had that reoccurring dream a lot as a child, and I don't really understand the meaning of it. And it's like if you could picture like the Wicked Witch from like Snow White. That's kind of what she looked like. Any ideas on that one?
Oh, scared to go to the bathroom. Somebody there to take you away. Recurring. Oh, not sure on that one.
I wasn't scared to go to the bathroom. I was just scared to close the door because she only came in my dream when I closed the door to the bathroom. So until I was like 12, 13 years old, I would run upstairs and go to the bathroom and I'd leave the door open. I couldn't close it. I wouldn't close it. Hey, Cookie.
Oh, the white chocolate
Hey,
macadamia
Caitlin.
nut.
What'd you say? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like to call it, white chocolate macadamia nut. The best cookie of the best cookies ever.
Yeah, I like those cookies too. Yeah, my dream that I had when I was a child, I would be sitting going to the bathroom and I'd close the door, like when I first walked into it, and then when I closed the door, this the Wicked Witch would come up through the floorboard right in front of the toilet, and she would try to take me down underground. And she looked just like the Wicked Witch from Snow White. And I was never scared of that witch. I always kind of liked her, so it wasn't like a fearful of like the witch part of it from that the wicked stepmother or anything like that. I never. I don't know why I had it. I had it until I was probably from the time I was maybe 3 or 4 years old until the time I was probably 13, 14 years old. And then I just stopped having it. Now that I mentioned it, I'm probably going to have it, but
Don't close the bathroom door.
I close the bathroom door now. I don't have that fear. It was only in the house that I grew up in. And like, it was weird because we moved out of that house when I was about the same time I stopped having that dream.
Could have
Like,
been something in that house.
maybe I only lived in two houses throughout my entire childhood. The house I came home to from the hospital, And then when I was about 14 years old, we moved to a house my parents bought. My parents wanted to live slightly outside the town, so they purchased a home out there. Do dream catchers help for lucid nightmares?
Now, no, that's true. You say lucid nightmares because usually if you're lucid dreaming and there's a nightmare
Well,
or something starting to happen,
She
you can
wasn't here
control
when we
that.
talked. She wasn't here when we
What?
talked about lucid. She she wasn't here when we talked about lucid dreaming. So why
Oh,
don't you tell her what lucid dreaming is?
well, lucid dreaming is when you're consciously aware when that you're sleeping, that you're dreaming. Um, now, it's crazy to say lucid nightmares because there's been times where a nightmare will try to happen. I'm a very heavy lucid dreamer, and being lucid, you can control your dreams. Now, for the most part, I usually don't. I usually just kind of go with the flow of it, just kind of see what happens. But in there has been some cases where I'm gonna say some effery popped off, and I knew it was gonna go down that route. I can control it and basically manipulate it and keep it from happening. I've had in my whole life up until now, I would say I've had one that I would classify as an actual nightmare, and that one was where I couldn't wake myself up and I got stuck in a dream loop. But so lucid nightmares. Um, I had a couple more questions with that. Because you could be going through like a sleep paralysis. Which those are kind of significant. Because if you're having nightmares and you're that awake during the nightmare, there's something going on.
Yeah, I
Hi.
would tend to agree. A non girl had some questions. Let me
Hi.
re-experience this here. Hey, how you doing?
Good. I've actually never done one of these before. I didn't really have a question, but I had a dream to share, and maybe you guys could shed some light on it.
Well, we'll certainly try. We do these every Tuesday about the same time, but this one's kind of slow. Usually, I have about 30 to 40 people in here, so definitely a
Okay.
little slow tonight.
I
That's
also
no
want to tell
problem.
someone intimate.
That's good for me. I like the intimacy, so
So do I.
okay. So I'm 24 and I've had this dream since I was about 13 years old. It was actually after my mom passed. And the dream basically it's in a home that I grew up in and every person in my life that I love and as I it's odd because as I've gotten older more people have started to be included in that room. They have all had targets on their heads and I don't know how descriptive or vulgar I can get on TikTok, but if you know what I mean by a target
Yeah,
on their
Yes.
if
head.
you just avoid the D word and
Yeah.
use like unaliving or something like that, usually TikTok will leave us alone.
Okay.
So as long as we try to avoid the main no words, they usually don't cause us a problem. But they are ridiculous with their language.
Right. That's why I wanted to just make sure. So, okay. So all the people in my life that I love, have ever cared about, they've all had targets on their head and that D word happens to all of them. And I start running down the hallway of this house that I used to live in. And when I go into the bathroom and the mirror, and mind you, this bathroom, it's not a big bathroom, but the mirror is huge. The mirror is basically the whole wall and then the sink. And in the mirror, it is my mom. And she is just this beautiful angel. And she's just has wings and she's glowing and she takes up the entire mirror. And I'm not even kidding you. This mirror is the entire wall. So she was huge. And it's always been odd to me because it's something so tragic that when I'm running and going, all of a sudden it's just this peace. But when I wake up, I feel like I wasn't asleep necessarily. And in my dream, not only am I watching first person, but I'm watching myself also run down this hallway and watching myself watch everything. And I'll wake up and I'll have a panic and it's just this dream that I've had. And like I said, as I've gotten older throughout the years, more and more people that have, re-entered or entered my life, have come into this room. And it's been so hard for me to understand, because I feel like it's easy to say, oh, well, something tragic happened. And then it's telling you, oh, your mom is just telling you like, she's always going to be there. Everything's going to be okay. But I just don't get that feeling that that's the message, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question. Oh, go ahead, Sarah. Go ahead, Sarah.
I do have a couple of questions, first of all, and then we'll go over, possibilities. And of course, you're the one that connects with you best, because the best person to understand any dream you're going to have is you, because you know all those little increment details that we are going to miss. Did you start having this one before your mother passed or after?
It was after she passed.
Okay. Now you can go, Melanie. I just wanted to answer that question.
Yeah, no, it was after she passed. Yeah.
Now, did you ever have anything significant, like traumatic, happen to you as a child before she passed?
Oh, definitely.
Something very horrific.
Oh, definitely. Yes. Yeah.
To the male.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And yeah, that's a fear. There was something that was, I think, probably said to you that put that into your head. And okay. And my next question, what's your sun sign?
Oh, I'm not sure, but I know I'm an
When's your
Aries.
birthday? Oh, you're an Aries. Okay, that's what I just want to know. Just okay. You're an Aries. Okay, okay. Um, yeah, a lot of it seems like a lot of Aries. They have a strong. Well, first they have a strong connection to Dream Realm because they're right next to it, with being right next to Pisces. There is now. Were you really close to your mother?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Spiritually connected, physically, no.
Okay. With a recurring dream. So there was something that had happened when you were younger, and with her passing, it probably felt like you didn't have that protection, and like that fear, and well, as long as when she was alive after that had happened, um, there wasn't like a subconscious fear of it, because she was there, you were safe, she was, everybody was safe. I think this person had threatened threatened you or said something, and were like that's stay within your mind.
On the spot, yes, actually, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that dream actually, oddly enough. So yes, it happened after she passed. It actually happened, that dream, the first time I had it was the night she passed. So I was actually at my grandmother's house, and she passed at the autopsy report claims around 4 to 3 in the morning. And about 2 in the morning, I had been calling her due to back pain. And, I just like cried myself to sleep. And then I had that dream. And when I woke up is when I found out she had passed, because I had like a room full of like a couple family members who told me what had happened when I woke up. But I had that dream, I guess, as she was passing.
May I ask what she passed of?
Passed of an overdose.
Okay. Haley,
I have a question for you too, which I was trying to ask before you said that question, and I wanted to ask before that because it kind of went along with that. But I don't like to, when I read somebody or whatever, I don't like to know the information before I say it out loud. So, but what I was going to ask is, did the traumatic experience you had with that gentleman happen when your mother was still alive?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Correct. Yes.
That's what I got. And what did your mother do when you told her? Nothing?
She was also a victim.
But she didn't really do anything to protect you, is what I mean.
Yeah. Sorry, I misinterpreted. Okay. Yeah, you're correct.
I probably wasn't very clear. I think I know what your dream means. I think your mother is, telling you all the things that you're fearful of, all of the things, not just, people passing, but all of the things that you experienced that she could not take that pain away from and stop them from happening, because she maybe wasn't in the best state of mind when she was, alive.
Right.
she is telling you she is there for you now, whether it's, you know, the unaliving or somebody or something more traumatic. I just think she doesn't want to bring up those traumatic events to kind of get you to connect the dots, if that makes
And
sense.
in the first part of your dream, it's the fear. It's like a something within your subconscious. And when
I agree.
and then when she comes in, then she comes in to like basically to, you know,
Comfort you.
steps in. Yeah, steps in. Yes, but the first part of the dream is it's this you have it. It's just it's something that's like engraved into your subconscious mind, and it probably scared the crap out of you so bad that it's there.
Yeah. No, it is. It is. I don't know if I can share a diagnosis of mine, but I am diagnosed with
We don't,
PTSD. So
we,
it
we don't care what you
is
share here as long as it's not going to get us like, you know, bananaed on
okay.
Yeah.
TikTok.
Right. Yeah.
We're very open
No.
and we're
You
non-judgmental.
you have the type of PTSD where it's like you never fully come out of the state of being in that state, like you're constantly on the brink of it, because usually it takes anywhere from like 4 to like 8 weeks to be able to recover from going through PTSD moments, but for you it's like it's always right there on the edge, like you're never fully out of it.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah.
You experience a lot of anxiety around people too. I picked that up.
Oh yes. Yeah. I am actually diagnosed with severe anxiety and paranoia. So
Yeah, I could tell that just from, you know, I could tell that just from talking to you through your voice. There are some things you can do for that. Um, you pick up on the emotions of other people too, so I would imagine that you're very empathic. But
100%. Yes.
I think unfortunately you have what some, I mean, I think it's an asset, but you don't necessarily pick up on the good emotions of people. You pick up on the more traumatizing things, probably even get glimpses of what, you know, bad people did that made them bad, you know, in our mind sense.
No, that's 100% true. Yeah, that's exactly on the spot. I think that's a part of, well, I know that that's a part of the anxiety is like, you know, I have
Losing
friends
control.
who want to go out to gatherings and stuff, and I just can't, I can't, I almost can't handle it because
You pick
if,
up on that extreme emotion.
yeah,
The
even if
first
it's a
thing,
random
The
person,
energy is
just a
very
stranger.
overwhelming.
the first thing that I would do is when you are around people, find a coping mechanism. I mean, my background is in psychology. I'm not licensed in my state because I don't agree with modern psychology practices for the most degree, but I do have a master's degree in psychology. And one of the first things you're going to do is find a coping mechanism. For somebody that's on a spiritual path, that could be something as easy as putting a worry stone in your pocket. So when you feel that fear, you can press on that stone and release that fear. Because at this point, you're an adult, and for the most part, you and your friends would be able to take care of you. I don't think you're necessarily fearful of anything happening, but it did happen. And it happened when you were young. So that fear is still in the back of your head. So you need to have a method to release that in the spot so that you can make new connections and, you know, have friends and, you know, have the ability to go out and do things if that's something you want to do. The other
Yeah.
thing I would recommend working on is shielding. When you shield yourself, you kind of wall yourself off from picking up all of the emotions that are like randomly scattered around a room of people. And over time, they don't leak in as much. And when you do that, you experience what they feel less. So it's going to bring your anxiety level down. It's not a quick fix. It's something that's going to take a lot of time and dedication. But if you're able to do that, it's going to help you in the long run.
I'd like to add to that, which has worked for a couple people, is like a type of talisman or something like with a shell on it or a talisman necklace. And so when you're out in public or when you're out and you start feeling those energies and you start feeling, the energies of everything, take the necklace and flip it. And it's almost kind of like activating like a shield, to like a protective bubble. And that way you're conscious of it when it happens. And then with you flipping the necklace around, and it's just like then you know. Sometimes having like a physical thing linked into your shields when you're out can help too.
Well, and
Right.
the reason why that particular method works is because we use a talisman to kind of kind of ward things off of us. But when you flip it around, it kind of reflects everything back. So
Yeah.
you consciously have that item to flip back, your mind is going to subconsciously like push all of that away, and it's going to be an energetic level, even if you don't realize at the base of it that you are using energy.
Yeah.
It is a very good method. As humans, we tend to connect very well with tangible objects. So tangible objects, especially, I reckon you're not long on your spiritual path. It's something that you're kind of new to discovering and new to exploring, and to the extent that you were, not that you weren't never interested in it, but now you've kind of said, this is what I'm resonating with.
Well, if I can add to that, I know I'm not necessarily new to my spiritual journey. I think that and this may be more of a question, but the male that was mentioned earlier, he is still a minor part of my life, and that's by choice, due to family connections. And I believe that he has some negative things attached to him, and because I'll just say it straight up, it's my father, and that connection has been so hard to detach from because of losing my mother. I think that if I detached from him, I would honestly be able to move on a little bit further in my spiritual journey in a positive direction. Because when we speak, I feel that weight of being stuck, if that makes sense. Like just being stuck.
Well, I mean, if probably for you, cutting as much ties with him as you can is going to be the most beneficial thing. And then perhaps a cord cutting. I don't know your family dynamics. I don't know if you're able to completely cut him out of your life or not. But regardless or not, whether you are able to do that, if you haven't already, one of the things you should do is forgive him. Not because you want to forgive him for what he did, but because you recognize that in order to not allow him to hold space in your mind, you need to let it go. You need to recognize that he did bad things, and there's nothing you can do to change that. You don't have to forget what he did, but when you allow it to resonate and always be present in your mind, that is kind of giving him that power over you. When you kind of, and it's a hard process to do, because it's really, really, really hard to forgive people that have done, unmentionable things to us. But if we don't, then we're continuously allowing them to hold that energetic space in our mind and in our thought process. And as we do that, we are giving it more and more power. It's kind of like feeding the demon.
Right. Yeah. No, that totally makes sense. Yeah.
And I understand that that's very, very, that's a difficult process, and you may not be at a place in your life where you're able to do that yet. And that's okay.
Yeah. No, there's not necessarily spiritually, but a physical reason why I can't yet. I'm very close to getting there. I just, like currently right now, I'm actually taking guardianship over my youngest sister. And
congratulations on that.
Yeah. During the process, it's been more communication with him because of that, to make the process easier. So it's more kind of smart, faking it till I make it, to make the process for her easier. And so I think once that is said and done in court, I think I'll be able to actually cut that tie completely, and not make the decision for her to do that as well, but give her the opportunity to show her, like, hey, I was able and I made the choice to do that, and you can do that too. I think that's something that's also been weighing heavy on me as well. And those dreams have been happening way more frequent recently. And I think right now, like, that dream that I'm having is my mom telling me, keep going. You're still doing the right thing. You're going to have loss, right, but you're doing the right thing.
I absolutely think that as well. And it's
yes,
kind of a way of telling you she's she's there with you along that path, and it's what she, would want you to do because she was unable to do it. And that's okay. I think you're doing the right thing. I understand exactly why you can't cut that tie with him right now. So until you're able to, you're always going to have some of that residual, some of those cords, as we call them, energetic cords, because you have to be in contact with them. You have to play the nice guy until you get what you need done. It's just easier that way. And once you are finished with that, you will probably feel a big weight lifted off of your spirit and your shoulders.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And you mentioned forgiving, and I think that part for me, the forgiveness part, I think I've forgiven aspects of what has affected, or not, I guess I can't say that. I've forgiven what he's done to me. I guess I just haven't forgiven what he's done to my siblings and my mom. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's harder
Yeah.
I think it's harder to forgive people that have done things to those that we're close to, especially those that we're close to that we don't necessarily have that control over, and aren't maybe of the right mindset to make that choice to forgive him by themselves, because they're not cognitively developed enough to do that. So our instinct is to protect them.
Right. Exactly. That is, and yeah, it is. That is something that I recently gained over the last 2 years that she's been here, is I have fully gained this new sense of like protection. Like, yes, she's my sister, but I have this like maternal feeling over her of, I'm going to protect you from absolutely everything, and especially him. And it's emphasized, especially him. Like, yeah. Even during, like phone, like if he makes a phone call, which is very rare, it's that, let me see what he has to say first before I allow him to ask if he can speak to her, if he even does. And so there's that way of that protecting, but I won't have to do that any longer here soon. And I do think that it'll help. That dream, it was something that I think every time I have it, there's a different meaning. And I think right now that meaning is just telling me like to just keep going, keep moving forward. And I am going to lose people, and she is still there. And I think you guys kind of clarified that, kind of like, I don't know, like not clarified, but like, what's the word?
Helped you to realize.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I definitely think that, you're moving on the right path, and you're going to be able to do things. I bet your sister wants to go out and do things with her friends, and wants to do things that puts you in social settings. And you having that maternal instinct with her, you're going to want to continue to do that. You're going to want to take her to fun places and do all the fun things that her friends are doing. So I think in a way that's going to help you to get over it as well. I think that's going to help you to, get over your fear of being around, essentially unknown people.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so crazy you say that. That's so true. Yeah. I mean,
I think your sister's much more outgoing than you are when it comes to people. That's just the energy that I get from her.
Oh my gosh, yeah, she is a social butterfly, 100%. I'm still in my cocoon, to say the least.
Yeah, she seems to be very friendly towards everybody. She wants to meet all the people, do all the things.
Yep, and I think that's something that will help me overcome. It also reignites that like fear of like, oh, new people and stuff like that.
Well, try not to be fearful of it. Try to look at it as you are giving her the experiences that you didn't get to have.
Yeah, it's actually odd. When I have those fears, I'm almost able to like, it'll happen like in my mind, like I'm putting myself in my own shoes for a moment. I'm going, oh my gosh, no, there's so many red flags. But then I think for her, like, she doesn't have those yet. I don't want her to always have those red flags, because life shouldn't be like that. And so I'm somehow with her, I'm able to turn them off completely when I'm with her.
So you're able to rationalize it.
Yeah. When she's around, I am 100% all there 100%. When she's not there, it's almost like I've kind of created, I know, a probably not great dependence on her.
She
I'm
sounds like
still,
her.
yeah, I'm trying to, take that rope and lengthen it, if that makes sense, that connection, and continue to have that freedom in my own mind when I'm not around her, so I can still rationalize without her, so that when I'm with her, it's not always just like a sigh of relief every time, because I
Baby,
know that she catches on.
baby steps. I
Yeah,
mean,
baby
that's
steps.
what you have to do. You spent most of your life being fearful as a result of a traumatic event. It's going to be baby steps. You're not going to, instantly just be okay in every setting. So if you're only okay with your sister, work on that. And then, maybe do something once a month without her, that would put you around a limited amount of people so that you are broadening your horizon at the same time as becoming less dependent on her. And over time, it'll get better for you when she isn't there as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's very true. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, and thank you for listening and
Yeah, we're
communicating with
here
me.
every
I really
Tuesday.
appreciate that. Every
Every
Tuesday,
Tuesday
okay.
we come here at 9 and we have spiritual discussions. We always have a different topic. And if you're into readings and stuff like that, at midnight Central Time, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we go live and we do tarot readings and chart readings, and we also do private sessions. So if you ever need any of that, want any of it,
And
we are
and we do
here.
free chart. Do a free chart. Usually it's on most of the lives. And you know what? If you ever came on, I would definitely would love to look. I would love to look at your chart, because especially that 12th house with you being an Aries. So
Yeah, no, I will definitely rejoin back next Tuesday. This week will be a major change, so maybe I can even update you on how that connection goes.
yeah,
Tomorrow's
that'd be
actually a
great.
major day in court,
Yeah,
so it's kind of
Yes,
funny I found you
definitely.
guys.
yeah, that would be great.
We we
Yeah,
love
yeah.
to we love to form connections with the people that come here and support us. I mean, I've only been on TikTok for a year and I have over 7,000 followers, and I thank them all the time because that was my expansion to online. Prior to that, I didn't do a whole lot online. I did a little bit on Facebook, but TikTok has been eye-opening for me as far as that. I do have a spiritual practice that I do locally, so I see, I see clients on a very personal basis here in the city that I live in, which is San Antonio. So taking it to the online level was something new for me. So
Right.
And
I think
TikTok,
I
and
think
TikTok people
everybody
are
here.
way better than Facebook. Like it's been coming across a lot of really interesting and really cool people on TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm young and I've been, obviously I'm young. I know and I've explored social media a lot more than I have outside of life, honestly. But um, coming to TikTok and just connecting with people and like not feeling, because everyone's like, oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're like, you feel this, you feel that. And like I had an experience with a friend one time. I had picked him up and we were just driving, and all of a sudden, just like I had to turn off the music, and I was just like, what's going on there? And he's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, something's going on with you. Like, what is like, I'm like, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, I am feeling very, very sick to my stomach and upset. Like, and I am just feeling everything in the back of my head. And I guess apparently his mom actually had just got diagnosed with cancer. And that was literally the day that I had picked him up. And it was that moment of like almost clarity for myself, because this happened a couple years ago. And I was just like, what I'm feeling is not just me having severe anxiety and stuff like that. Like I'm genuinely feeling and catching on to
Oh
what
yeah,
everyone
oh yeah.
else is
You're
feeling.
tapping in, and you're like let the energies. Yeah. And so there's different types of like empaths, and people go through different stages of it. But for you to pick that up, yeah, and you might it's probably fun to be around hospitals. But yeah, yeah, you're really tapped in. You probably could fill out, if you ever like really concentrated down. You could probably fill out a lot of things on people that and be correct.
Yeah, I've had a couple friends of mine who, like they've said it like jokingly, but also like really, they're like, how am I feeling today, Amanda? And I'm like, you can't just ask me that because like obviously I can't just say it. But then immediately if I know someone's in distress or anything, like am immediately tapped into that, and my whole thing turns into this like they call me like the mom friend. So like if someone's not feeling good, if something's going on, like I'm the one that's like, I'll make you dinner, I'll make you this homemade soup, I'll do this, I'll do that.
Aries women are very much like I very much the mom friend. Yeah, they want to make sure everybody's taken care of.
Yeah, 100%. I've learned that about myself to a fault, but also like an asset as well. But no, I do appreciate you guys talking with me. I was having a rough night and wanted to share that, and I really appreciate you guys listening.
Well, thank you for sharing. Yeah, no problem. Um, oh, got some more people coming in. Hello, everybody. So yeah, and dream and sleep. That's my specialty. Yeah, if I could literally, I could just sleep the world away if you let me. So, but I tried not to. Yeah. No, I love sleeping because I love dreams. Have fun. It's like it's my realm.
Yeah.
So
No, I mean, I have a few reoccurring dreams. I mean, not even just dreams, but like nightmares. There's one where it's very brief. It's like a dollhouse, a lot of doors. There's darkness following me, and I'm trying to run to every single door that I can to find light. And that's just one that I have reoccurring
yeah, you
alongside
have
that
to be
other
really
dream.
heavy in your 12th house. Um, plus you're in Aries, and it's very common for Aries because Aries rules the head. So think about the head, and then the first house of the chart would be the head, and so and then being right there after Pisces, they pull in a lot of like that dream realm and things of the other existence and other dimensions, and they're very and Aries is like very very self aware because again they rule the head, and that's why they're headstrong. They're not stubborn, they're headstrong, and yeah, so that's one thing I like about Aries. Though they are very self aware, and they do try to and they like stay in their lane of things, but yeah, I like Aries. One of my
Yeah.
favorites.
Well, thank you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off, but I will be back on Tuesday nights. I really love talking to you ladies. I really appreciate you listening, and
And Monday, Wednesday, Fridays we do readings. We do readings and charts. So yeah,
okay, great. Yeah,
so
that's
keep us
awesome.
updated.
Thank you
Yeah, we
ladies so much.
always,
I hope you have a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you.
of
Okay,
course, you
bye.
too. We always try to do something free for our followers too, so there's always that.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So this is quite intriguing that Sarah, I've been following you for a little while since I started, with Alien Tea, and then Madam, I just started following you as well. So thanks for, I love these forums. It's such a great way to be able to ask questions, which I have one that happened last night. It's really kind of perplexing me. So I'm hoping that maybe somebody can give me some insight.
Yeah.
Um, so I've been really trying to meditate a lot more. I've been working with Sarah, the other Sarah from Alien Tea, Preciously Psychic.
Yeah, I know
Doing
her. Preciously Psychic. I know her very
Yeah,
well.
yeah. So I'm doing some mentorship with her. But last night, so I started meditating, went into sleep. I went to sleep. I woke up and I've been trying to do like more of my journaling on my dreams and such. But last night I had just gotten to sleep and I heard the loudest whistle. And I mean, it startled me, woke me up from, I mean, I was deep sleep, and I
Was it
had
a human whistle or like a whistle like off a machine?
no, like a whistle. from a being, you know. But I was having what I recall, the feelings, the thoughts that I was having when I awoke were very negative. Um, and so, you know, I had asked to connect with my guides last night. And of course, I always ground myself and I always put a protection layer over me when I open up, um, just to make sure that, you know, nothing can harm me, I guess, while I'm sleeping. And I'm not kidding you. It took me probably an hour and a half to go back to sleep because I just had this dread, just weird negative thoughts. And I was like, okay, was that some kind of a negative source, or
Sounds
was
like
it a
something was lurking
warning?
around you.
You know, what was that?
It sounds like something was lurking around you and like in your perimeter.
Okay, that's I got goosebumps, so I would probably confirm. I'd say spirit confirms that for me too as well. And it, you know, basically what I did is I just banished it away. I'm like, I don't have time for this. I don't have time for this. I don't encourage any of this. I'm a light worker. I do not want any of this. And so it was extremely unnerving. I've never had anything like that happen, but I am really digging in deep, you know, um with my spirituality, so I don't, you know, I just didn't know what to make of it.
I do have a question. Do you live anywhere near the Appalachian Mountains?
I actually do not, but I live in Salem, Oregon. So I live right by the Willamette River. So I'm in a valley by mountains. So I live in between the mountains and the coast. And I have had encounters. I did have one encounter when I lived in Washington, and I'm pretty sure, you know, I don't want to say that it was Sasquatch, but the shrieking, I was camping by myself with my dog, and the shrieking noise that I had, and then the rustling around my tent later than that. And I've had some odd things, you know, happen. I live in my RV. And so, yeah, I was a little unnerved. Usually that stuff doesn't bother me, but this did.
I asked because of the Appalachian Mountains. I grew up there, and there was lots of legends around hearing whistles after dark, and particularly don't whistle after dark. There are
Yes.
there are beings that live in those woods, and time passes, woods get tore down. So over time, some of those creatures have actually migrated. So if you live someplace along maybe the migrational path of the Appalachian, then certainly, that might be something to consider. It might have been an actual being, depending on where you heard it. You live in an RV, it's probably not overly huge. So do you feel it was coming from outside the RV or inside the RV?
Yeah, it was outside. I had one of my windows cracked because, right now it is, we're transitioning into fall really deeply, lows at night, or 40s, 50s. So I had a window cracked. But what was very odd though is my dog's pretty protective of Mama, and he did not stir.
Well, the legend goes that animals that are guardians, such as dogs, will not stir when they hear this creature, because if they do, they will surely not make it. If that makes sense. And dogs
It
kind of
does.
have a sense, and dogs have a sense of knowing that I mean, this is a legend from the Appalachian people. Anybody that lives up there, anybody that you tell the story to that is from the Appalachian Mountains will probably tell you the same thing that I just did. What can you do? Sometimes leaving a small offering
Okay,
far
that's
away, far away from your property is something that is beneficial and will, kind of keep it at bay. Another thing you can do is cleanse the area around your RV. Your RV is very small compared to, like, a house on a large amount of property. So I would spread some type of protectant on it. What I like to do, some people will tell you not to use salt, but I think salt is definitely a barrier that can be used, and you're not going to dump a gallon of salt there. So, a little bit around the area of your home. Another thing you can do is, if you have access to red brick dust, um, there's a lot of traditions in Appalachia tales, and also if you're in New Orleans area, like hoodoo and whatever.
Amazing.
Brick dust
Yeah,
is
the red. Yeah,
something.
it's
Yeah,
Okay.
it prevents anything that is going to do you harm from crossing that line. So make like a circle around your RV with the
okay.
mixture of salt and red brick dust if you have access to it. If you have access to it, ideally you'd want to use older bricks. So, bricks that are probably over 100 years old. But if that is not an option, you certainly have to take, what is available to you.
Okay, that was actually what had planned on doing was going ahead and going and salting my perimeter. And I mean, I have a lot of Native American influence around me because I'm in Oregon, and there are a lot of tribes around, and I have worked with shaman and Native American tribes, and that was exactly the first thing that I thought, that this is a negative spirit or entity or being that was trying to get my attention. And I knew better than to whistle back. I know not to whistle at night, and I know not to look out when you hear a whistle. So I was like,
Well, that's
You said you were meditating like before this happened, or were you sleeping?
well, see, so what I had done, it was just do a simple, I was being grateful for my, being gracious for the day and what I had received, and have been really trying to connect to my guides. And I fell asleep, and so I meditating into sleep, I guess, is what I did. And then, like I said, I had only been asleep about an hour, and it happened.
Yeah, because there's something within your energy that caught its attention. Um, so
Okay.
oh yeah,
let
yeah,
me
just go ahead,
let me ask you
Sarah.
let me ask you another question. How long have you been in this location in your RV?
Okay, so in the RV park itself, I've been here over a year, but in this new location, I've moved a month ago into a new area,
Yeah, you picked up that, and you've been on your spiritual path for, I'm going to say, greater than 8 years.
Yes, absolutely.
You have a higher energy vibrational frequency.
Yes.
So
Yep. Yep.
when you moved that location, was it significantly far from where you were before?
No, it's within the RV park, but I would say, 3 or 4 streets over, if you will. There's like 200 spots here, and I went from 145 to 17.
You got
Well,
closer to a ley line.
yeah,
Ooh.
I'm
Yeah.
guessing that as well, and I'm guessing what had happened when you moved. Most creatures, most people, in general, most animals, anything surveys their own perimeter, whatever they determine that perimeter is. So when you moved over, you now are in the perimeter of something
Mm-hmm.
else that is around you. So because of that, it's now, whoa, what's this? I feel this energy shift and this energy difference.
Yeah,
Okay,
and you
that
probably have delicious energy that it's attracted to.
And I recommend leaving an offering for it. And the reason I do this is because sometimes we can perceive things as negative when they're not. Because think about it. If somebody comes onto your property, you're going to be kind of, ticked off and irate. Your energy is not going to be pleasant if that person isn't supposed to be there, correct?
absolutely,
That's the
absolutely.
same thing with these beings or entities or whatever you want to call them. They are the same thing. They get fearful when new things come in, especially when new things that vibrate at certain frequencies. So if we don't, try to make friends with them and tell them, we're not a threat. If you stay there, I won't bother you. And I mean, when you leave this offering, put that into the thoughts of it. I mean, even say it out loud if you feel inclined to. Tell them, this is for you. I'm not a threat. Let's live peacefully together, and you probably won't have any more problems. I would definitely salt the area. I would definitely put red brick dust around it. I would definitely do those things as well, just as a precaution, because you need to keep yourself, your family, whoever's in your place safe. But understand that just because you perceive something as being negative at that moment doesn't necessarily mean that it's negative, because it's in a heightened state of security probably at this moment.
Perfect. Yeah, that makes absolute sense, and that is what I had done previously when I had the encounter with the being out in the forest when I was in Washington. That's what the Native Americans told me. They said, leave something, it's just a small offering. A lot of the times, like the
Yep.
Sasquatch, if you will, they like food, something that they can't forage. So, even if it's like a piece of bread and just, let them know. And that's what I did do before. And it was gone
Something
the next
sweet.
morning.
They like sweet things because they can't get them out.
Yes, and I left him a cupcake. Well, I call it him. I left him a cupcake, and it was gone the next morning, and I never had any trouble anymore. So I'm like, okay, this could definitely be that I need some help. I need some guidance. So beautiful.
If you do find that it takes the cupcake, I would leave it. I would leave a cupcake or something out, something that's sweet that they can't get on a regular basis, whether it's once a month
Okay.
or once every other month. That way, what that's going to do is that's going to reestablish that bond that you are still in a treaty with this entity, that you're not going to cause harm to them and they're not going to cause harm to you. But go back to that place fairly regularly and look for something in return. That will be clarification. Because if you do live side by side with something, a lot of times they will bring you something. And you have to go there frequently because it may not be something that you would recognize as not being a part of nature, because that's where they live. So it might be a feather, it might be a different kind of stone, it might be something that if you're just passing by, you wouldn't notice unless you knew to look there.
That may, and I just, when talking and listening to you guys, I'm just thinking about it when we had the full moon. I salted my circle and did, my giving away is what I call it on the full moon. I give it all away, give everything that's not, not doing me any good. So I give it all away, but I only salted my circle, and I wonder if I irritated it by encroaching and using the space for my own and not like you said, making a treaty. So that makes perfect sense. Thank you guys so much.
Well, I have a question. I just have my question. I just want to know what's your sun sign?
I'm
what?
I'm a Leo with a Taurus rising, and I have a Scorpio moon.
Oh, the Scorpio moon. Okay, I sense water. Okay, the Scorpio moon. Yeah, because you have big energy, but it's when I say big energy, you have really strong soft, but you're very high vibrating. But I mean, you'll spend a lot of time in nature, and that will help with that too. So you're
yes,
you're
and it's so crazy. I'm from the Midwest,
and you have that's that Scorpio, very alluring energy too.
Yes, I'm a nurse practitioner, and I'm from the Midwest, and I never in a million years got divorced. Well, I knew I was going to be divorced, but that's beside the point. I never thought I would be out here, and I am perfect. I live right by a river, so I have water all the time. I'm an hour away from the coast, so I can go to the ocean, and I'm an hour away from the mountains. So I'm in my Eden, if you will.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. But you have very nice energy. It's very learning. It's very different.
Oh, well, thank you. That's such a compliment. Thank you so much.
Because you spend a lot of time in nature, connected in with because Taurus, you're connected to the earth. Scorpio, you're connected to the water, and then Leo, I'm sure that if you do campfire, do rituals, stuff like that. But you have very energy, very nice alchemized energy.
Yeah. I'm kind of leaning into my green witchiness, and it's good. I'm going places.
That's wonderful. I feel that like most of the time when we have issues like this, they're generally misunderstandings. I deal with a lot of people that say they have haunted houses, or they're having problems with different entities or different beings, and I find that 99% of the time we can coexist with them if we just learn a method of communicating with them and telling them, we're not a threat. You don't bother me, I won't bother you. We don't have to necessarily be best friends, but we do need to live in, a space that's close together. We all share this reality, this plane, and we have to find ways to let things that we can't go out and just talk to understand that we're not trying to do them harm.
Right. Exactly. We're all in it together. We just have different modes and methods.
Yes, that's exactly right. Hey, Red.
Hello.
All right. Well, I'm gonna jump down because I think me and the pup need to do a little bit of salting real quick,
It's
and
been a pleasure.
I'm going to keep listening and take it all in. Thank you, ladies, so much. I
You're
cannot give
welcome.
you enough gratitude for helping me. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We are talking about dreams and interdimensional travel and shadow realms and all things in that area of expertise. If anybody has
Interesting.
anything they want to share or discuss or questions or anything like that. Hey, Phoenix.
Hey, hey. So I
I don't.
personally travel through the root and mycelium system in the ground.
Do you have a certain method that you use to get there?
So I grow roots out of my body and they go into the ground and I travel from there.
Oh, so you use a lot of the earth element when you travel. Interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I use a lot of air. I
Um,
just kind of
well, part
float
of
to
Earth,
where I
part
want to go.
because
Hey,
you're a Pisces moon, aren't you? Maybe the Earth elements because it keeps them kind of grounded and centered.
Yeah.
me too.
Hey, Phoenix.
Hey,
Hey,
babe.
Phoenix.
We
How
are
are y'all?
discussing, we are just discussing our topic for tonight, which is on the screen. So anything astral, alternative planes, dimensions, dreams, anything along those realms.
I love that.
Let's see here.
We were answering some questions that people had earlier.
Communication with guides, training, learning, practice, talking with person.
Yeah, I had mentioned earlier in the live. Some people when they go in the dream realm, sometimes they're training, or talk with their guides, or doing are practicing. I've known somebody to have done certain ceremonial things while in dream realm. Um, people. Some people travel intermittently travel in dream realm. I did
Yeah.
discuss like how some people there's and it's always a negative blood type too. Will go into dream realm and then go shift into another dimension, live a whole lifetime, come back and then wake up here and it's just it's mind boggling because they literally they would just like live a life someplace else and have to get kind of reacquainted here. So when you wake up and like for that split second you don't know who you are, where you are, what's going on, and then after a couple seconds then you realize. Well, for them
That
it's like a little
happens
bit
to me.
longer. Well, I'm not surprised with you being Scorpio the Pisces moon. Like
I'm
we're
a
shifting another
negative. I'm
and like live
RH
have like
negative.
full lifetimes, like literally like from childhood all the way up into adulthood.
I've had dreams that have lasted like 10 years, but nothing longer than that.
Mm.
And it took me like a week to be like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's really like it could just be really like sort of like just horrific because because you still remember everything from that lifetime, from that lifeline, and actually you are shifting into another dimension and living a life.
Right, I think I was traveling like the universal belt, honestly, is what I saw, and then the timelines branching off it, and it was crazy. But I was on acid, so maybe it was just that. But I fell asleep when I woke up, and I was like, what the fuck?
Well, having a Pisces moon, you're going to always be tapped into the other realms. You literally have one foot here and one foot into the other realms, and no matter what you do, you can't unroot that other foot. So that usually a lot of times it's good to have certain things that kind of help either ground you or center you. But yeah, but
Yeah,
you're always. I call it being. It's like if you have a Pisces moon, it's like being an exposed nerve all the time.
right. It's weird.
I,
It's like you
I
can't
kind of do that.
disconnect.
I kind of do that too, but I think I have a little bit more control over it. I can block it out. I can't like make it go away, but I can block it out.
Okay, sorry, you sound sick.
Oh, I have headphones on, so maybe that's why I sound a little different.
Maybe.
I normally don't wear headphones when I'm live, but
I feel you.
I'm
I
not
try
a,
not to, but then other people can't hear me, but I hate the feeling of my headphones.
well, I hate I can't wear the ones that go in your ear, so I wear like big ones that go over your ears and it just makes my hair look awful. So I won't wear them if I'm on the screen.
I feel you. I don't like the overhead ones. I wear the ones that go in my ears because those are the most comfortable.
those are the ones that I can't stand. The overhead ones, those are the ones that I feel comfortable with. So it's so funny because they make your hair look so bad.
I know, right? It gives you like an indent too. Like it basically like a fluffed up.
Yeah, I only wear them when I'm on live and like people can't hear me, or if I'm like on a voice call on my on like with a group of people, because we have this you have the same problem that you do on TikTok. People can't hear you.
Yeah.
Feedback. Lots of feedback noise because you got so much energy and stuff going on over there. It starts to mess with the electronics.
Yeah, I do have a little haunted objects like all over the place, so they do tend to mess with things. Hey, Patty, we are talking about dreams, spiritual realms, communicating with guides, all of those lovely things. You just finished the head wash and
Ooh.
hymnal.
How was it? Do you feel more cleansed and purified now?
I, oh, not Himalayan salt bath. Okay, that makes a little more sense. I'm like, what is the,
Those
what
are
is
really
the?
good for you.
I was gonna say, what does the hymnal have to do with the head wash?
No, you can take it
I,
out with
lo-
the shampoo.
I love salt baths. I'm telling you. Hey, Magic. Oh, my eyes are awful. We're not gonna talk about my eyes.
Oh, why not, Stevie?
We are talking about your guides, talking with them, teaching, learning, anything dream related, anything other realm related. If anybody wants to come up and talk or has any questions on those topics. Thanks for the gifts.
Ooh, shad dreams. I love that topic. I've had shad dreams with friends before.
Yeah, so have I.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's trippy.
Oh, you've been
You're
trying to find your
trying to find your
guides?
guides. Oh, they're right there with you. I mean, they just move around, but they're there. You probably just need to learn how to communicate with them or to hear them, which can be a little bit tricky for some people.
Oh,
But it can be done.
Cascarilla.
Is it Cormac here?
Yeah, he is now.
Oh,
Cascarilla head wash. That
that's a
sounds
cool name.
cool.
That's a cool name, Cascarilla.
Do you know what it is?
No clue.
Ground up eggshells.
Oh yeah, because yeah, and it's really good for your hair.
It's powdered eggshells. I make chalk out of it to use for drawing with when I'm doing like some rituals and spells sometimes. I feel that way too, Liana. I think I fired most of my guides too. They don't often come and speak to me. But Red works with a lot of
You know what? You
guides.
know what? And that's that. You know what? I'd have to like say yes because there's none of them around. And Liana, the same with you. You're probably starting them with the tractor and the shovel in your back pocket. But yeah, yeah, I would definitely have to agree there because you guys don't have any guys that linger around.
Yeah, I remember there was like a middle-aged gentleman that used to come around when I was little, and he would try to teach me things, I think. And I remember telling him, why would I do that? And I mean, he wasn't telling me anything bad. I just questioned everything. So I'm like, why? And he would get very annoyed with me. And then I'm
You,
like,
you,
why are you
you
here?
annoy
And then
them
he
as a
never came
child.
back.
You
Yeah.
annoy them as a child. That's why
Yeah. And then like I just
you have
remember
to like
like
beat them up.
one day I flat out asked him, why are you here bothering me? And he just like never came back. I was probably like 10 or 11. But Red, you work with a lot of guides, don't you?
I do, yes.
How did you
I
become
sure
an
do. Sorry?
I was going to ask how you learned to connect with them on a higher level.
So first it was kind of very awkwardly done because I didn't really know what I was doing. But I just started off by lighting a candle, a white pillar candle that had my surname engraved in it, and gave
Oh,
them a
and you
glass
feel,
of water. And
that was pretty effective for you?
yeah, so after a couple of times of doing that, I was able to make contact with them just by feeling them, really. Then an old friend took me through a process she called apple pie. And that's when I got to meet my guide, like my main guide, for the first time ever.
And you said that process was apple pie?
Yeah, so what you do is you get people to close their eyes and imagine an apple pie. And
Oh,
then by the time
interesting.
you've finished, they've imagined the whole kitchen, and then that's your safe place to invite your guides into.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a good process.
Oh, you heard noise. I didn't hear the last part of what he said because I can hear you over there sanding your wood. I'm sorry. Would you repeat the last part? I missed it.
Sanding my wood? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't I just hear a lot of noise.
It's
What are you doing
me.
over there? I know.
I'm not doing
I'm sorry,
anything.
Redbeard. Oh, sure, you are, Stevie. Redbeard, would you repeat the last part of that? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Um,
It's the apple pie.
oh, about the apple pie? Yep, definitely can. So it's a like a task. You get someone to sit down and close their eyes, and you get them to imagine an apple pie, and then you start asking questions about the apple pie and how they see it, and all that, and you can start learning what clairs they have through that. And then you slowly get them to build the whole kitchen around the apple pie. And then once you're finished, you get them to ask their guide to come forward, or whoever they want to talk to come forward and knock on the door, and then you can let them in. And yeah, that was the first time I met my guide. I opened the door. He was standing at the front, but there was just an ocean of people behind him. I was like, okay.
That's really cool. That's a really cool exercise.
Yeah.
Well, I cannot say that I've ever done that. Do you find your guides to be really helpful? I don't really work with any, so I don't really have much to say on guides. But I
Yeah, they
am
definitely
interested
are. They help me in the magical world, but they also help me in the mundane world. They'll warn me about people and all sorts of things.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't really work with them, so I feel like I'm at like a loss, but I really like to hear what other people have to say about them.
So I mainly work with my ancestors, but I also do work with some deities. One is becoming more and more present in my practice. It's the first time I've oath bound myself with a deity.
Okay.
So he kind of took control of my spirit court.
And which deity or which deity are you working with?
So his name is Kernanos.
Okay. I've never
He's
worked
known as the Horned One or the Green Man.
Yeah. I've never worked with them personally. I mean, there are a few deities that I have worked with for, specific reasons, but most generally I don't.
Yeah.
Cormac, was there anything you wanted to add to our conversation?
Hello.
Hello.
I mean, I've been listening for a little while. I've been busy getting bigger stuff going. But anyways, I don't know. I haven't been listening long enough to really say if I have anything new to add. Just that I definitely do a lot of plane walking. You could say a lot of realistic, vivid dreams. I definitely have experienced times where I've literally lived a whole lifetime in my sleep. And when I woke up, I was so disoriented for a good couple of hours, going, what just happened? What's going on? Like, why am I here? Because the reality that I experienced in my sleep was so close to my own, and events happened so close together. It's just extremely unnerving and unreal.
Are you a negative blood type?
What?
Are you a negative blood type? Like, are you type O negative, B negative, AB negative, O negative?
I can't remember if I am negative or not. I am blood type A. I want to say I'm A negative.
Okay,
I'm not
yeah,
positive about being
yeah,
negative.
I would bet the banks on it that you're probably negative blood type. Okay, I was wondering. These are negative blood types that experience that with the shifting to another dimension during dream realm and living out a lifetime.
Yeah, I've got such barriers up at this point with just my own barriers and with where I live and such that I almost never experience a reality that I would say is negative or one that I have troubles with. I definitely have in the past, depending on where I've lived. I've definitely lived in some very spiritually negative areas for lots of reasons why it was a negative experience. And I definitely used to be attacked a lot in my dreams, but not so much anymore.
Do you think there's a reason for that?
Well, mostly it's all about shielding. And it's just like I said, my own personal shieldings I've built up to such a degree. And like you were talking about earlier with somebody about making an understanding with the area you live in, the offerings and such. I live in a house now, and I'll be damned if anybody's taken me out of my house. And I've made basically an agreement with this entire area that, hey, you don't screw with me, I don't screw with you, and hell, I'll help protect you. If you're so inclined to, help shield me from the big bad uglies out there, that'd be cool. Help take a little load off of me. So a lot of it is what you were talking about earlier is just the where you're at and the understanding you have with your surroundings.
Yeah, I agree. I do a lot of that. But I was taught that all growing up. So it's to me, it's just like normal. I have to realize that not everybody had that upbringing. So I try to be very cautious and conscious of that, so that I can tell people the information that I learned that maybe they didn't as a child.
Yeah, I get that. A lot of my stuff is, well, most of my stuff is pretty well self-taught through meditation and learning some stuff online and meditating on it more. But it definitely helps living in a fixed area where you've made a pact with wherever you're at. That really helps a lot because it's like if you are a service person out in a war zone. Do you ever sleep soundly in the middle of a war zone? No, I imagine you wouldn't. So it's the same kind of concept. If you are in a spiritual war zone, you're always going to be on edge spiritually and attracting those less than desirable experiences.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's why so early in my life I was taught by my elders to make pacts to protect my area, to shield myself, because they didn't want me to have that fearfulness. They wanted me to be comfortable in the area that I was in. And I mean, for the most part, I've lived pretty steady in the same place. I've lived here for 8 years. All the places that I've lived in my life, I've lived for a lengthy period of time.
Yeah, now most of my experiences is just basically entertainment at night. Most of the time, I don't remember my dreams or realities I've been to. I pretty much never just dream for the sake of unwinding the subconscious. That, to me, that's something completely different than plane walking and experiencing realities and such. But the way it works for me now, most of the time, is just really like a TV show at night. Just depends on what channel I flip to. Sometimes when I wake up, I remember a little bit. I'm like, no, I really was that trance. Like, there are some realities that I've been to that is crazy. Like we've got the TV show Transformers, metallic beings and such. I have plane walked into realities where that was a real thing, and that was the one of the trippiest
Oh,
things to wake up
rumor
from. It's
has
like,
it that it could be very much so.
what's that?
Oh, I said rumor has it that could very much so be true with we talk with the transformer beings, those type of beings being actually
Oh,
real.
absolutely. Absolutely. In my opinion, pretty much every story that humanity comes up with is a reality somewhere. Be it somewhere within this universe or another plane of existence or what have you. But it's if it can be thought, it is. It is somewhere.
Yeah, I can agree with that to a degree. Liana sleeps pretty well, but Annette doesn't. Yeah, I don't like when people sneak up on me either. For those of you that are just coming in, we are talking about all of the different dimensions, shadow realms, dreams, everything along that topic. If you have anything you want to share, any stories you would like to share, you are certainly welcome to come up and do so.
I wish Liana could come up here because I know Liana's been having some very intense, interesting dreams. But she's like, that's what, how many followers? 1,000 still?
I don't know, because I see people all the time go live with less than 1,000 followers.
There'd be something in your settings,
So
Liana. That's
from
why I wish you with an invite.
so from my
No,
understanding, you don't have to have a set a number of followers anymore to at least go live as a guest, but you will not be able to turn your camera on.
no. Actually, Liana and Amanda Cole, both of those guys, they've attempted to come live, but when they click the request button, it says live access not granted. And Amanda Cole actually messaged TikTok and they told her she had to have 1,000 followers. And I'm like, that's weird, because people come live all the time who don't have 1,000 followers. I see them all the time in other people's lives.
Wonder if it has something to do with the age of the account then too.
I don't know, but they've had accounts for Liana's had one for several months, and so has Amanda Cole's had one for quite longer than that. I
Well, that
haven't
blew that
quite
theory
figured
out of
out.
the water.
Well, Amanda Cole thought it was like, she thought maybe you needed 100 followers to be able to go live without the camera. So she got 100 followers and she still can't come live.
Again, there could be
So
something in the settings about, because I've seen something in the settings about live. Because Beck had turned her thing on for oh, I got the hiccup. Sorry. I'll ask Beck about it, but I do know that sometimes there's a thing in the settings in your profile.
I mean, possibly that's something that we missed, but I mean, Amanda Cole like literally messaged TikTok. And she got a
Somebody
response back.
messaged me about it. I'll look into it later. Because there's definitely inconsistencies. There must be something somebody's missing.
I mean, that's what I thought, but I'm like, I don't know what it is. Oh,
Ooh, I
Melanie's
have
going
an
to be right
idea.
back. What's your idea?
I'll be right back. You'll
Oh, yeah.
I've got the
I'll be
hiccup.
coming on as Joe Bob.
That's
If
Joe
you see
Bob.
Joe Bob come in, that's me on my alternate account. I'm going to try something. Oh, wait, no. He already has 1,000 followers. That's fine. I'll figure something out. I'll be right back.
Oh, guys, we try to solve all your problems here, whether they're metaphysical or TikTok related. You know, just us trying to help here. But if anybody wants to come up and discuss the topics you see on the screen, we're also discussing dreams and answering questions if need be. We answered a couple people's questions earlier today, so it's definitely a fun night so far. Hey Andrew, I seen you just pop in. How you doing? You make a lot of TikToks. Some of yours are really funny. I'm trying to do that whole post 3 TikToks a day. So far I'm doing okay. Yeah, when you see people that have passed and they are in your dreams, there's a couple of different reasons that you could have that they could be there. Sometimes your conscious mind is just thinking of that person and maybe missing them. However, if it feels like it's not a regular dream, it's probably the person's spirit that is around you and they are attempting to communicate with you. You might not be open to or able to see them on in the physical when you're when you're awake. So you might need to focus more in your sleep. So a lot of times they come to visit us when we're sleeping because we are more receptive to things when we are sleeping than when we are awake. I don't remember a whole lot of my dreams either, Liana. I do get a lot of premonitions in my dreams, so I will see things that happen in the future, and I don't necessarily like it because it's usually on my own life, and I'm not a fan of knowing what's going to go on in my life. Hey Johnny, and in case you didn't know, I think you have somebody attempting to be you and messaging people, telling them they're drawn to read them. Just an FYI, I have a lot of that going on too. You're welcome. Well, you might not need to process them. Sometimes people do. Yeah, I figured it did. I knew it wasn't you that messaged me, but I just wanted to make you aware that you now have somebody else doing it. I've tried to stop them too, Johnny. I've come to the realization that there's really nothing that we can do to stop it. TikTok doesn't really seem to be bothered by it. Oh, it's because they're coming to help somebody cross, Liana. Or not Liana. I was reading Liana's comment. Annette. Okay. Oh, that. Well, at least you know you're getting consistent information, Johnny. We are talking about dreams, interdimensional travel, shadow realm, astral traveling, alternative planes, all up on here. Melanie stepped away from her little speaker for a minute, but if anybody wants to share anything on those topics or has any questions, feel free to request up. We are sharing tonight. Hey, you are one. Or yes, you are. Why do I always want to call you you are one? Yeah, I help people cross too. Sometimes they get a little lost along the way. I agree. We are one. We are one. Well, guys, we are sharing dreams and experiences here. If anybody wants to come up and share their experiences, maybe what they mean, maybe we can help you out if you have a question as well. I haven't seen you in a little while. Yes, you are. I've seen you live, but you always are live when I'm at work. So I never get to sit down and watch. I always feel bad because I always want to watch all my friends' lives, and sometimes it doesn't work out. I'm like, why is my work schedule crazy? Hello, everybody that's just joining. We are talking about dreams, interdimensional travel, shadow realm, all things on that degree. Oh, someone's outside racing. I'm very fortunate that I live down a private road and there's not a whole lot of traffic at all. Just myself and 5 neighbors. So we keep the traffic to a minimum. We don't hear a whole lot of that, which is nice. Ladybug of Pepsi. That's a cute little nickname. Does anybody want to come up and share? I know Cormac is coming back shortly, and so is Madam Mayhem. We are discussing all things dream-related, dimensional travel, shadow work, astral travel, alternative planes, everything around those lines. Hey, Joe Bob. And Tester, okay. If I get a chance to swing back, I will. Okay, have fun doing work. Yeah, I know how that goes. I just got home from work a couple hours ago, right before I did this live. And it was definitely a day that I had to accomplish a lot, for sure. This is definitely one of the quieter lives so far, but not all in all a bad thing. Oh, I think I seen Melanie's screen switch. I wonder if that means she's coming back. Okay. Hey, Azrael.
Good evening, or is it good morning, Sirlin? How are you?
Yeah, it is almost morning here. Oh, I can't complain. I
Mm-hmm.
can't complain. We're talking about dreams and spirit realms and all of that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm. And I couldn't help but hearing that you can interpret a dream. Is that correct?
I can't. The best person, I always tell everybody, the best person to interpret your dream is yourself. But I can definitely help to guide you on that path.
Yes. Yeah,
Well,
and I do help. I do interpret dreams. I, I'd say about 80% success rate, depending on the dream.
is this Joy?
Oh no, that's Madam Mayhem.
Oh, Madam Mayhem. Hi, pleasure to meet you. Yeah, I haven't had recent
What was
dreams of recent, but I used to have continuous dreams, and it was always me jumping on roofs, like jumping, and I would bounce, and I go high, like 50 feet up in the air, and just bouncing, constantly always bouncing. And I never understood why I was always bouncing in these dreams. And I wake up from that dream, and then I'll have vivid memories of it, and then I'll go to sleep again, the following day or so, and here I was again, jumping all the time. I was always bouncing and bouncing.
a question? Do you like to fly, like in a plane?
No, no, I don't like to
Are you
fly.
afraid of
I hate.
heights?
I'm scared of heights. Yes,
You're scared. Oh yeah, me too. Okay, but you're scared of heights though.
yes.
Have you ever had dreams of flying, like your body, like actual flying, and dreams when you're like as a child or whenever?
No,
No,
no, I
really?
never.
Okay.
Yes.
So what I get from the bouncing, So it's like trying to reach or see for something. It's like you're either trying to reach for something or you're trying to see something, but you have to be higher up to be able to see it. And by bouncing, you can still come back down and reconnect to the ground instead of like
Yes.
being like when you're flying, you're floating away. You don't have to worry about that. So the bouncing, so it's like where you can have more control. It's like you're trying to reach something or see something that's like significant.
Huh. Yes, because it seemed like it was the superpower, and I was able to control how high I fly. But I think one of the dreams, or it might have been a couple of dreams, I would not come down rapidly, so I would actually float for a while, and then but
Yeah.
eventually
Yeah.
I will settle back down.
Yeah. Just want to ask you if you I kind of got this maybe fear of heights, and that's why I feel like flying. Now, did something happen to where you have a fear of flights? And that's crazy that you talk about flying because it seems to be a topic that keeps popping up this week. People that were able to fly as children. Um, did something happen to where that made you afraid of heights? You didn't watch the movie
Yes.
Obama, like or something. I know that'd be
No,
different for
it's
me.
it's more or less the news and seeing planes and accidents and how, when you're not in control. Like, an automobile,
Right.
there's a
Thank you. Because if the
50-50
automobile
chance.
stalls, you're not going to fall out of the sky if your car stalls. I'm with you right there, 100%.
Yes, so well, I'm claustrophobic, so I don't like to be stuck in a place too long. I have to
How
move
tall are
constantly.
you?
Me,
How
I'm
tall are
five
you?
seven, 5'7".
Okay. Hmm.
Yes, so
Hmm.
like when I'm in some place, I have to constantly move, and then being confined in the airplane, first of all, it's one thing, and then to be knowing that I'm up there and I'm not in control, the turbulence will get to me. The last time I took a flight was maybe 7 years ago, and there was turbulence all the way for 4 hours, 4 hour flight, and it was horrible. And everybody else is laughing and enjoying the ride, and here I am, oh, feeling everything, and I'm like, all it's saving me is this measly chair I'm sitting on, you know.
Oh, the U.S. Marshals would have had to hogtie me on the plane if that was me. I would have flipped out like for real. Like we're all gonna die. And I probably would have tried to open up the latch or something.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is why I don't fly.
Hmm. I'm scared of it, and then and I know it's depriving me of some good adventures because I do want to go overseas. I want to go to Sardinia. That's my place I want to go to, and I tell myself, you know what? The day that I do go and visit Sardinia, I'm staying there. I'm not flying back. I made the flight. I'm staying over there.
I have a question for you. How do you feel when you have that dream?
Well, it felt kind of uncontrollable, even though I was able to control where I jump, because, it felt like I could jump and not come back down. I would bounce, I was bouncing and literally I can bounce and then I'm in the air. There's nothing to bring me down, but I come down because, in order to keep movement, constantly moving, it was not stagnant where I constantly bouncing in the same spot. It was just constantly moving. So I would bounce 50 feet up, come down, bounce 10 feet up, and keep moving. It was just that. But and then that's just one of more other dreams that I had because the other ones are more apocalyptic dreams. But that one is a dream that I had on a more frequent. So I do recall those because it's constantly jumping.
I have a question
And
about the
would
apocalyptic dream. In any of your apocalyptic dream, do you ever dream of like a fence and like people, like crowds of people, but there's a fence and like maybe like a outside area, but everybody's outside like kind of piled up?
No, no, no,
Okay,
none
just
like
wondering.
that.
I was just wondering. Okay,
You
but if
know,
you
I,
want
I
you know,
do
I,
to talk about any of your apocalyptic dreams, that'd be kind of interesting to hear.
yes, I've seen where I dreamt that the how do you say the firmament, the up in the sky, it shatters. It
I've seen
shatters
that.
and yeah, it shatters and you can see pieces of like glass coming down, and then as soon as that is coming down, the moon and everything is swooping right into Earth. So it
I
shattered.
I have a question. When you see the filament shattering like that,
Hmm.
does it look just like glass, or does it look like kind of like lights kind of caught on it? So like you see like almost like a blue, green, and like multicolored hues, but not like purple. Not like purple and red, but more of like the darker colors.
Well, not really. I see more like the glass, but that purple and darkness is the darkness behind the glass. So everything behind the glass is dark, but the glass itself is a hue, it's like a whitish blue, so it's like
Yeah,
transparent.
that's
Yes,
what I was trying to get at. It's transparent, but you see colors in it too. I've seen that.
yes, yes.
I've
And
seen that same thing.
and I've seen it many, many times, many, many, many times. But everything, all my dreams, like to say, when I'm bouncing, it's always going up and down. When that is falling down, and I also have seen rockets in the sky, flying in the sky, and they're all coming down. Not
I've
flying, but
seen
they're
that.
come, yes,
They're
coming down.
falling, and they're falling, and they fall like kind of almost like at an not at an angle, like they would be heading like towards the earth, but almost like they're falling like backwards, like so that they're still pointed like they're going up. That's how I see it. I
Yes,
have a dream
so
very
yes,
similar to that.
yes, so
When you are bouncing though, do you see anything around you?
buildings, the tops of buildings. I'm bouncing on top of buildings. It's always on top of buildings. Like I never hit the ground. It's always building tops. So, I'm moving. I'm constantly moving and I'm bouncing and nobody
See
else is
what
bouncing.
what I would take that dream to mean is you are trying to stay ahead of things. You're trying to get a little piece of the puzzle before it's like relevant, before it's relevant, before something, more negative would happen. So to me, because you're bouncing and you're continuously moving and you're kind of trying to see what's going on, it's almost like
Yes.
you're kind of reaching for that knowledge. So to me, that dream would tell you to connect to your higher self a little bit deeper and focus in on that. Focus in on what's behind you, what you're going away from.
Yeah, that's what I got. Yeah, you're trying to see something or trying to yeah, or get a better view of something.
I agree. Yes, I agree. Thank you for that. But when I think of it, it feels surreal, and I feel that that's an ability that all of us have actually to jump. We can actually detach from gravity, but I can't explain it. I don't know the technology or anything behind that, so I don't know the logic. But that was like, like
No,
you
you're
say,
not the
it's
first
reaching,
person to say that. Somebody else says it too.
because
You're not the
that's the
first person to
impression.
say that about the whole flying.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
No, 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 you're correct. And the thing about it, it gives me the feeling, what? If I let go completely, I can go actually high. I could fly. But it's just scary. Just like I referred to the airplane, I'm scared of flight, scared of heights. Um, I went on top of the school. There's a school over here that I was doing some work on the fourth floor where the school is, and I had to be on my belly because I'm so scared. I could see. And sometimes I go downtown Chicago, I'm in the 35th floor, and I actually went all the way to the rooftop, and I have to like duck down because I want to see, but I am ducked down to try to center myself to the floor.
Oh, it sounds like you're kind of far away. You're like kind of like you're moving away from the mic. I can barely hear you. And Sarah, you're so noisy. What are you doing over there? Sanding wood again?
I'm literally not doing anything.
Do you have your headphones on?
Yes.
You can probably take them off.
Oh, let me try to take them off. Hold on.
Asriel, I have a question for you if you're still up here.
He is. He just clicked off the
I'll
screen.
wait for him to unpause.
I'm here. I just took my headphones off.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Cool.
I was
So
like, Sarah,
when you were
put your headphones
talking
up. Go
about
for
the
it.
whole when you were talking about the whole falling thing, you actually unlocked an old memory in my mind. I used to have falling dreams all the time, and when I would hit the ground, I would literally bounce in my bed, sometimes a foot or more off of in my bed. Have you ever experienced anything like that?
Not myself, not and not that I'm aware of, but no.
I have.
Hey, Tara.
I've had dreams of falling too, especially down like an elevator shaft.
Now, Asriel, I want to share something with you on the dream that you had and what you spoke about earlier, where you had said that we all have the ability to kind of transcend beyond gravity. There is a theory out there. If you listen, I know you were there when I was talking on Alien Teas Live last night. So you heard me talk about the fifth dimension a little bit and Einstein's theory of relativity, which is essentially why gravity works. And it works because the 5D is spear shaped in our own reality here. It's actually intermixed with us, which allows us to go to the different planes, according to what I've read and what I've studied. And the theory is if the dome breaks, the 5D will become one with the 4D that we are living and experiencing in now. And we have to live and experience in that 4D dimension because we see in that 3D dimension and you see one dimension lower than what you're able to. So the theory is if that dome breaks, then 5D and 4D will become together, and then that gravity will be less of an obstacle that it is for us now. It won't hold us as firmly to the ground as it does now. So it'll be kind of like loose in that theory when the dome is breaking before it is completely broke. Because when it's completely broken, there is nothing separating us from space, from space and the time and stuff up there. Then all the dimensions will be much closer together. It'll be a little bit more of a chaotic state. So we won't be able to live in the corporeal form that we are here now. So I just thought that was interesting. I was reading that a couple of weeks back.
What, when you mentioned that right now, the first image that came to my head was, how they do that experiment where they get like let's say a fish tank, and they take a glass, and they have that glass upside down, and it holds the air in it, and they go all the way inside the bottom of the aquarium, and no water gets inside there.
Yeah.
That's when you were mentioning what you were mentioning, that's what came into my mind. I don't know why that even came to my mind, but it kind of explains, that, like you said, where like the air being trapped in that glass when it's upside down in the aquarium. And like you said, if we were able to elevate, the water will actually go into the glass and we can actually move around. Let's say, we can swim. So we'll be able to swim through all of that.
Yeah, I think that is close to reality. They have conducted a few experiments like that, and that seems to be what some schools of thought are right now on it. I mean, the science is nowhere near where it needs to be to know all of these variables. I'm just laughing at Alien T's comment. He said he said gravity is an obstacle, and I told him back. I said it is if you want to jump really high without falling back to the ground.
Yes.
It's all about perspective, Mr. Alien T. It's all about perspective. I'm sure he's probably laughing at me.
Me and Alien T had a discussion. I was telling Alien that, the common word with gravity is, when people pass over, they bury them. And when they're buried into a grave. And the GRAV, and as in grave, and the GRAV and gravity are both GRAVs. Like gravity and grave are both groundings.
Yeah, they do. I mean, a lot of people like to ground to the earth. And I do feel that grounding is important, especially to the earth for a lot of people. But for me, if I ground to the earth, it inhibits me. I feel like it keeps me here. So it's more difficult for me to, travel other spaces. And the purpose of grounding is to, either release or gain energy so that you either don't have too much or you have enough. So
Right.
I do that with objects that are not fixated to a particular surface, not service. So I do it with like a stone, or I just expel energy off into, the air, or retain energy, grab energy from the air around me, because there's energy all around. Trees they grow tall, so you can grab and you can take that energy as you need it. So for me, grounding is a different experience than most people.
Right. Well, Sarah Lynn, I understand about the grounding, but see, I was referring to the gravity and the grave.
Yeah,
Um, and it's a little bit different than the grounding itself. I mean, when they bury people in the ground, you're actually being confined to the dirt and under the dirt, as the earth holds us down as gravity. So that's why part of the ascension that we're all supposed to have is that we confine ourselves to gravity, and confine ourselves to, you know, the surface of the earth when we're talking, about the jump in the dream. And I believe, like you were mentioning, us jumping up in these dreams is actually giving us the perspective that we can float. And as floaters or travelers, we're supposed to travel beyond the third, like you mentioned, the third dimension and the fourth dimension.
right.
We're confined in the third and the fourth due to the fact that we acknowledge time. We based our lives on schedules. Everything is always schedules. We have to wake up at a specific time to get to work or school, whatever people are doing. And you know what? I have to go to sleep at a specific time in order to wake up to do it all over again. So we're constantly gravitate or put and confined into the gravity of the third dimension, where we were talking about earlier in my dream, which you interpreted very, very good. It's giving me the perspective that we have to let go of the material, which is this world, and ascend spiritually by breaking through the gravity of thought.
Yeah,
So I think
I agree.
yes.
I think it's interesting that you bring up about about being buried in the earth and the dirt and it weighs you down. Because technically, what we should be doing when people pass is that, as a cremation. They just start putting people in the ground. It was like around when the Black Plague was around is when they started doing that. But they say it takes like 3 days for the soul to exit out of the body, and sometimes it can take longer. And I'm wondering if maybe being buried underneath all that earth makes it harder for the soul to come out, to be able to be free, to be able to go out and to travel and to go where it's supposed to go, and it's being weighed down. That's kind of it's interesting that you had said that, though. I'm gonna look into that.
Well, a lot of
Interesting
cultures,
line of thought.
a lot of cultures used to, burn their dead, like the Vikings. They would put
Yeah,
them on
and you
ships
should.
and send them out on a small boat, not necessarily a ship. But I actually mentioned the grounding because when we ground to the earth, which is, the same dirt that we bury people in when they pass. So that can be limiting to some people as well, just very much like gravity, because you're literally grounding yourself to the earth, which is kind of containing us here with that gravitational field. That was kind of my perspective on that.
Sounds is picking up a lot of air.
Yeah, I hear that too. That's why I had my headphones on earlier. I don't know if it's me or somebody else. But I'll stick my headphones
So,
back
Mama
on.
Bear,
Doesn't fix it. Sorry, go ahead.
Mama Bear, you said earlier that you had an experience like hitting the bed and bouncing like a foot off the ground, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I've had that since I was little. I can dream that I'm falling off of a cliff and like literally wake up like a foot and a half, fully elevated off my bed.
What other kind of dreams have you had? Experiences in dream realm and such.
Well, let's see. I can feel everything in my dream. That includes anything of a romantic nature. Um, if I get pew pewed in my dream, I feel it. Um, if I get,
I have a
I can
question.
feel
Have
everything
you
in
had
my
those
dream.
dreams where
It's
you've been
really,
pew-pewed
really.
at in your dream?
Uh-huh.
That's that is somebody doing work against you. That's That's like the sign of having somebody doing spiritual work against you. Yeah, that's a big omen for that. If you have dreams of pew
Um,
pew.
the last time I had it was actually, it was a prophetic dream, and my mother and I were having the same dream, even though we lived thousands of miles apart. And it was a dream that what would have happened if I would have moved with a guy that I was seeing.
So
And
you
so
got
that was the last time I dreamed about getting pew-pewed.
okay. So you have so you can see see what's gonna happen. Do when you dream is there a lot of things that actually happen in your dreams first, like a lot?
It used to be that way. I don't remember my dreams. As the older I get, the less I remember my dreams. And but like whenever I was younger, oh yeah, it was all the time.
Yeah, same here. And now it's kind of sporadic, it's like kind of speckled here and there. But when I was younger, yeah. And there's stuff that where I've had dreams when I was younger that are just now starting to happen.
I tell you
Yeah,
one thing.
I've had that too.
Oh,
Go ahead, Mama Bear.
no, I'm fine. I'm actually like I'm talking to y'all, and I'm scrolling through DoorDash right now because I made a little bit of money tonight, and I'm hungry, and I think I need to get back on in a little while, make a little bit more to finish paying for my room, but I'm hungry right now, so I'm trying to find me some food.
Oh, either where they
Trying
have a
to
lot of
decide
good
what I
food in New Orleans.
want. I don't know. This looks pretty good.
Yeah, you're right, Alien T. Those that wake up too soon before their body is released from sleep paralysis, experience paralysis. Yeah, you're right. And one way to get out of sleep paralysis is what they teach you in psychology, is to move like a small portion of your body at a time. Try to move your finger and then go from there, or try to blink your eyes consciously to kind of regain control over your body, because it kind of puts your body in a state of panic premature
And you're not
evacuation.
supposed to wake a dream walker either. Even if the dream walker has their eyes open, you're not supposed to wake them up.
Yeah, that can actually
Some
scare them
white
quite a lot.
beans and rice. Hell yes.
Yeah, I have a son that sleepwalks. He started sleepwalking when he was like maybe 3 or 4, and he's 15 now, and he still sleepwalks quite a lot.
Yeah, Ruth sleepwalks, but he sleepwalks with his eyes open, and he'll actually talk. So if he didn't know any better, you would think he was awake when he wasn't, and he used to try to go swimming, like dive into pools and stuff like that. But yeah, but I always was able to get him back into bed, but I try to keep anybody from like waking him up because yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, fortunately, my son doesn't leave the house or do anything like super, that would be super dangerous for him to do. Usually, he sleepwalks to the bathroom or to get something to eat in the middle of the night, and he looks like he's awake. You can tell he's not awake if you have a conversation with him, because he sounds like very, very distant. He sounds like he's not very coherent. But if you're just looking at him, he looks like he is awake, and he will have a complete conversation with you.
Oh my god! I just got some white beans and rice and some fried shrimp.
Oh, yum.
It does sound really good. And you see, you're in Louisiana?
Yes, I'm in New Orleans.
Yeah, my mom's from Louisiana. Yeah, don't talk about the food. You're gonna make me jealous. You're gonna make me hungry.
Yeah, they have good food in Louisiana. Yeah, she lives right in New Orleans. She actually reads tarot on Bourbon Street.
A lot of white beans, and my mom loves shrimp. But I think when my mom makes which makes gumbo, that's how she hasn't made it so long. But yeah, so jealous. You got good food down there.
Yeah, they have them good things. What are they called? Them little dough things,
I miss my
baguettes.
pudding.
Isn't that what they're called? Baguettes, the little dough things with the powdered sugar on
Beignets.
them. Beignets. Yes, I can never remember
Beignets.
it. Well, they're spelled funny, so I can never remember how to say it. I had a friend that went down to Louisiana like maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, and he brought back some mix to make those, and he had made them, and he just the other day, and we were working with him, so he brought them over. They're so good. They're really good. They remind me of like little pieces of almost like funnel cake. You're welcome, Magic Weaver. Feel free to come up and share if you want to. We're just sharing our experiences.
They're actually stuffed with praline.
I know, but the dough on them, the dough on them reminds me of like almost eating like a piece of funnel cake with with like something on the inside of it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I have outlets where they have them now where you can get the stuff, and they have some stuff with praline and some stuff with chocolate and things like that, and I'm just like, oh yes, please.
Yeah, I really like the chocolate ones.
Make it more sugary.
The chocolate ones are my favorite, but I like the praline ones too. I'm not gonna knock it. It tastes sweet. I'm just trying to read the comments because I forget about them. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I forget about the comments every once in a while. I'm probably going to get off here in the next 10 minutes or so because I need to wake up early again tomorrow. Oh, I hate early days. But such is my life sometimes.
I want to share another dream that I had.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
And this is the first time I had a sleep paralysis, and it was about a month and a half ago. Oh, it was like a month and a half ago. I sleep south, with my head to the south and the doors over here to the north. And one night I was sleeping, and in my dream, I seen a hand, like a big hand, pick up my dog. I got a small little Shih Tzu, and it picked up my Shih Tzu, and it was in my dream, but it was so real that I was reaching to no, to stop, please stop. And as I woke up from my dream, I was actually in a sleep paralysis in the same position I was in the dream, because in the dream I was actually dreaming that I was looking at the door and my dog was being snatched by the hand. So when I woke up, it was a sleep paralysis, and I got up where I was trying to call out my dog's name and I couldn't get the words out, but I was awake. So as soon as I got control of my body, I was able to call for my dog, but it was in the midst of still waking up from the dream. So I was in the midst of waking up, and the paralysis was happening, and I couldn't get the voice out. But then I was able to voice it out, and I went out there to the kitchen and looked for my dog, and for some reason something told me to run toward the kitchen, and that's where I was stuck at. This was, when I woke up.
Yeah, that's definitely. Are you very close with your dog?
Well, my other one passed away in December, and this one here, yes, this one here it was gifted to me by my niece, and she's been with me since the time that I lost my other dog. So she's real close.
Yeah, I could tell that from your dream. I don't know what that one would mean. A dog, a hand trying to come to get it. That one baffles me. Usually I would indicate it with fear of something happening to the dog because you lost your other one.
Yes. But the thing about it is that I never had a sleep paralysis, and this is the first time I ever had one. And as I was waking up, I was able, coherence. So I knew what was happening, but I just couldn't verbally talk. I couldn't speak, but and I was getting up and I was trying to move, and it took about 5 to 10 seconds to get the composure, and I was able to verb out and then get up from the bed and go to the kitchen. But it was simultaneously the sleep to waking up and paralysis and actually fighting it and getting up and walking all the way to the kitchen. So when I walked to the kitchen, I was already awake. It was not sleepwalking, but I woke up from the dream, seen what I seen, and I was acknowledging, it's still whatever it was, it's still here, and I couldn't get up. And as soon as I went to the kitchen, I was fully awake. Then, I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. My husband experiences that much more than I do. I don't recall a single time where I've personally had sleep paralysis, but I have a couple children that have experienced sleep paralysis, and my husband. And I know my kids were very, very fearful because they were trying to call out for me, and they couldn't. So I didn't even know there was anything wrong because we're sleeping at the same time.
I've been there and it sucks. Oh my God, it sucks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alex.
Alien T, did you want to share something?
Hi. I was going to listen in for a bit. I may have a dream to share, but I kind of missed half of Azrael's dream, so I apologize.
Oh, no need to apologize.
Yeah. Alien, you know what? I might have mentioned it to you before, but this was like about a month and a half ago. I was sleeping, and in my sleep, I was aware I was in my bed, and I seen a hand grab my dog, lifted it up about 2 feet up, 3 feet up, so I know it's grabbing my dog,
Yeah.
and it moved. So when I seen that happen, it shook me, so I woke up. But when I woke up, I was in sleep paralysis. I couldn't yell, I couldn't talk, I couldn't say nothing. But I picked myself up where I was sitting up on the bed, trying to verbal, hey, stop, don't do it, trying to say something to acknowledge, what I seen what you did. You grabbed my dog, stop. And I'm trying to grab my yell for my dog's name, but I couldn't. And it took about 5 to 10 seconds when then I was able to verbalize and say something, but it was not strong enough. It was saying the name, Coco, like fighting it. And then it took a few more seconds, then I was able to wake up. And when I woke up from the bed completely, moving, I was moving, and I ran toward the kitchen. And toward the kitchen, then that's where I was already awake. I was awake from making it from the bed to the kitchen.
Yeah, I call that premature evacuation.
Yeah,
When
when
you
you
come
wake
out
up
of a
before you're
dream,
ready.
when you come out of a dream, so because you're afraid you come out of it, that's why you experience the sleep paralysis. But you know what? You were aware that you were dreaming, so that's a lucid dream, right? In a sense.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're aware of it and when you can interact in it. That's usually what most people call a lucid dream.
My question is it still a dream, or could it have been something real?
Well, I mean, it could have been something real because you were aware of it. I would definitely add a little bit of protection around my dog just to be on the the safe side, because we do know we are spiritual beings here, and we do know that we are not the only things here. And we do present ourselves on TikTok as the faces of Alien T and many other people that we share on here on live. Just as we know, not everybody in this world is pleasant. So when we expose ourselves out there, we sometimes need to take precautions. Sometimes they can't get to us, but they might be able to get to things that are maybe less protected, like our animals or families or people that are just connected to us. So I would work on shielding. I don't know if you do energetic tracing, but I would suggest doing that on your dog.
Which I'll definitely do.
So, in my research of dreams and their meanings and such, there's one thing that I came across over and over from many different sources that all agreed that there are pretty much two modes of dreams. There are black and white dreams, and there are color dreams. And the black and white dreams are supposed to be dreams that are just your subconscious decompressing things. And the color dreams are supposed to be premonitions, plane walking, other realities, whatever have you.
I
That's
don't think I've ever
interesting.
dreamed of black and white.
Me either.
I've always dreamed in color, and it's always really bright outside. Like it's always during the day. There's only been a few times where I've had a dream where it may be like an overcast, like getting ready to rain. But my dreams are very bright and vivid, and it's very surreal. Sometimes I've had dreams where it's like where it's very physical, but yet I know I'm dreaming because I'm a heavy lucid dreamer.
Mine are extremely vivid. The colors are like very true to life. Even if it's a nighttime dream, the stars are always out. It's crazy how detailed they get.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Very detailed, and the colors are beautiful, and the sun's really bright. Yeah, it's always beautiful out in my dreams.
Yeah, I have to agree with you guys, but I know I personally don't dream very frequently. I mean, when I do dream, they're usually kind of the premonition style of dreams, and I'm aware that at that time that I am having a premonition, just like I would be if I wake up. Now, for me, the interesting thing is, I don't often dream about you know situations of like other people when I dream. I do have apocalyptic dreams, but they're always centered around my family, what's going to happen to my immediate family in that apocalyptic thing. I also sometimes have dreams about negative things that might happen in our future, and in my experience I don't ever really talk about them much, and the reason I don't is because I feel if I don't talk about them they might not happen, but in most cases when I have those dreams they do end up happening.
Is this free form? Don't know the.
Yeah, we pretty much do free form here. We're a
Okay,
little bit
so
more lax than you.
yeah, I know. I'm a hard, So Amanda's talking about waking up and she can't move. So sleep paralysis is very common, and I think you know our our um, our bodies are put into a paralysis mode when we're dreaming to avoid knocking out ourselves or significant others. I guess it's a thing. So it's quite normal. Yeah, it's quite normal that when you wake up, it'll take a few seconds or so to actually start to move. I don't think it's anything to be afraid of, although it's very scary.
Yeah, I tend to agree. That's my experience as well. At least from what I've read, I've never experienced sleep paralysis, but from what I've read, it's nothing scary. It's actually your body's natural defense mechanism to keep you safe and protected when you're sleeping.
So, if that's your definition of sleep paralysis, then what would you define if, say, you're kind of person that you're having the very vivid dream, so you know it's a reality, and you may even be slightly lucid, but you're not able to wake up and move in that area, so you're kind of in paralysis in that other dream state, and possibly even being attacked or whatever, but still can't do anything. What would you call that then?
Maybe a false
Anybody's welcome to
awakening.
answer.
I would call it maybe like a false awakening because you're aware of that reality that you're dreaming, but you can't kind of wake yourself up. So it would, to me, be some type of false awakening or the inability to awaken.
See, I asked that because you guys are talking about sleep paralysis, and what I described is I've ran across a lot of people that run into that kind of a problem, and that's the term that they use is sleep paralysis for when they're unable to move around in the reality where they're shifting across,
Or they're
or
not able to
you know,
scream or to talk.
right,
But
exactly.
Generally, when you're in that type of when you have that type of situation, you experience a disturbance in your REM sleep. So the reason you can't come out is because you're still in that REM sleep, but you're not conscious enough to be able to wake up. So in your sleep cycle, it kind of cycled back a little bit rather than going in the natural progression state that it was. Sometimes being aware that we are awake in dreams, from a scientific perspective anyway, sometimes when we're aware that we're in a dream, that kind of shifts our sleep cycle from, the different stages of sleep. So that would be a disruptive with specifically REM sleep. There are certain sleep disorders that actually cause a disruption in that. So it gives you the inability to wake up when you are desired to. I've even experienced like that type, if we're going to call that sleep paralysis, but I don't really think it is. It's usually called, on a medical term, a false awakening, or the inability to wake. And you ever hear your alarm and you hear it in your dream and you recognize that that's my alarm going off, I need to get up, but you still can't pull yourself to wake up?
Oh my God, yes.
No,
That
not quite like that. So in this example that I'm describing, it's usually most of for the people that are affected real heavily by this, they are usually also in a very disturbing dream.
it's
Whether
common with
it's being
nightmares.
I
in
was
that
just
nightmare realm, they're unable to move. Go ahead, Mel. I'm
I was just
sorry.
oh no, I was gonna say, like for people that wake up and they can't move, um, think maybe possibly it's because they've astral traveled out of their body, and that hasn't came. There's a way for it to come back and connect back into their physical body, so they're unable to move their body because basically because their spirit's detached from their body. And I think when people are having dreams like that, I think it's something a little bit more than sleep paralysis. I think it's something a little bit more occultic, metaphysical, paranormal.
Exactly. That's where I'm getting at, and that's where lot of the people that I deal with, that's what they call the sleep paralysis, is when they wake up in another dimension for whatever reason, and they're essentially bound, but
I was
they
oh, go
can
ahead. I'm sorry.
still feel everything, they can see everything. They're not physically bound, but they're not capable of really moving or speaking.
Now, I'd like to share an experience. And it was and I some people would probably think it was a bad dream, but I thought it was a very interesting dream. It was the same night that I got my dark fairy forest deck, and it was like, and I actually was able to get the deck before they had stopped printing them. And the cards, they're the ones that have the ink blocks on the back, so you can read them. So there's no back to them. So it's like so one side's colored and the other side's the ink block, and they had really intense energy to them. And that night I had fell asleep in my office, and in my office I had a futon table, but I didn't have there's no TV in there. And I remember I fell asleep, and then while I was sleeping, like I like semi kind of like woke up. I still kind of had my eyes closed, but I could see in the room. And only thing I was on the opposite side of the room, and there was a TV there, and the TV had like the static, and at the time I thought it was my boyfriend that was coming in. He's coming like wake up, maybe come to bed, and he walks in. So I keep my eyes closed and pretend that I'm still sleeping, and he gets closer. And as he's getting closer, I'm noticing that his shoulders are wider than usual and a lot more broad. And as he gets closer, because I have kind of have my eyes closed, so I can only see like just a little bit, so pretending to sleep. And as he gets closer, I notice this person has a like a shaved head, and they're wearing like somebody would wear when they like crotch rockets, like one of those type of jackets, very broad shoulders, and he leans in close, and he nuzzles his head up next to my neck. And when I realized that it wasn't Shane, I tried to scream, and it was like it was like almost like being underwater. And I remember when I woke up, it was so surreal. It was almost like I was pulled into like an alternate dimension from where I was at. But and it was just I mean, to this day it's always been just a very interesting dream. And I had called somebody and told them about the dream, and we did some energy work with it. And from what was picked up from it was that was a being coming to me from another dimension, and just happened to be coming like through my dream.
That's an interesting dream. I
Oh,
don't
it
I
happened
don't
the night before Halloween, so it was on October 30th. I remember that was right the night before Halloween. It was very, yeah, significant.
Yeah, it definitely does seem very interesting. Y'all have way more experience with dreaming than I do.
Well, maybe if you let yourself dream more.
Well, and
Or if
I
you get
personally,
more than 2 hours of sleep per night.
I
If you
average
want,
between
you can dream
four and
over to
five.
bring you some vanilla.
I average between 4 and 5 hours of sleep, and that seems to be good for me. But I don't really like to particularly dream because most of the time when I do remember them, they are kind of like premonitions. So I would rather just go to sleep and not remember any. Oh, here comes Alice.
Hello.
Hello, Alice. We're just talking about dreams and spirit, talking with spirits, higher self, all sorts of things like that.
Yeah, I dreams are like a way of life now for me, like badly. So, and I psychically link to people in dreams. I still don't know exactly understand everything that I've been through. But ever since that, 7 years ago, like I've had dreams of so many different people that it just and everything is in color. Although I think it was recently that I had a dream that went from color to black and white. I cannot remember how that dream went though. But it did the whole Wizard of Oz kind of thing. And and I couldn't, wrap my head around it because apparently supposedly when they do like MRIs and things like that on people who dream, that they're supposed to only see things in black and white. That can't possibly be true. Either that or our minds are capable of translating it into color. Do you know what I mean? Like, but
Yes.
yeah, and I have always thought that was fascinating. My thing is that usually if the dream, when I rarely have them in black and white, if they tend to be the more meaningful dreams, whereas the color ones are more like I wouldn't call them premonitions, although sometimes they happen, but more like the psychic connections. That's I yeah I I don't know. I assume that a lot of people go through that. Yeah, see, they're going through that. All of my dreams have been in full color. Yeah, yeah. I I was trying to remember what that dream was about because that was an interesting one. I just
I
know that
kind
it
of
flipped
wonder.
back.
I think I want to start asking people that are maybe not on a spiritual path what color their dreams are. And the reason being is because I mean, from like I literally just looked up studies on black and white dreams here while I was on while you were talking because it really made me curious. And statistically speaking, people do dream on a grayscale. So I'm wondering if many of us here don't experience dreams in black and white because we are mostly a higher vibration. Most of us here, I mean, there may be some people that are new on their path, but most of us here have been on our path for a long time. So I'm wondering if spiritual growth and development helps to enhance what we see when we're dreaming because we're not just dreaming in terms of our body processing what emotions that we felt and what things that we're worrying about, but we're actually going places and doing things in our dreams and connecting with other people on a higher level and a higher frequency. So I wonder if that correlates with the color of our dreams.
That would
It's
be
And it
interesting.
might.
exactly what I was saying earlier.
And maybe we should ask people that don't have an inner monologue what color they dream, if they dream, if they have no inner monologue.
Oh yeah, that would be interesting. I think last, if I recall correct, like 10% of people don't have that internal monologue.
Yeah.
I've
Freak me
mentioned
out.
monotones like a silvery blue color, for example. So it wasn't really full color, but that was in meditation.
Yeah, I
See
do
now in
see a lot of visions in meditation, but when I actually go to bed to sleep, I don't see a lot of dreams. But in meditation, I see a lot of things, a lot of places. I'm sorry, Alice. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that's another thing that is, fairly not completely brand new to me. But I would occasionally have visions in meditation. Now that is a regular occurrence. That's part of my training, I guess. Because it seems to me that we're being trained uh, outside of even what we can get on the internet and everything. It's like to take it another level, I suppose. And I mean, I've had all sorts of visions and projections and everything like that, but most of the times they like coalesce. And then the other thing is that depending on how lucid the dream is, then I don't get as well sleep, because obviously if I go straight into a dream, usually I wake up within 20-30 minutes, and then I'm like exhausted because, yeah. So, but go ahead.
Oh, I
I
have to
think
say, Tony, you said about dreaming in like a silvery blue. There's actually a dream that I had a few years back, and there's like two of them where that color was very significant in my dream. It's whenever I think back to like colors in my dream, I always think back to that time where it's like a silver, like a silvery blue, real pretty, like frosted, but with silver. And one time was like in the carpet, another time was like when it's a counter, but that color always sticks out in my mind though. It's crazy that you had said that.
Do you see it like have you ever, well, of course you guys have probably seen Harry Potter. Didn't when he brings on the stag, it's in that kind of silvery bluish kind of, I don't know, that's the
I
way I
haven't seen
had
all the
kind
Harry
of.
Potters. I still got a couple more to catch up on.
I think it's an energy thing. Like I just had that vision, I don't know, less than a week ago when I meditated, and it was a planet with another person and a dragon, and uh, yeah, a dragon, and everything was like tone on tone. So it was like barely visible, but it was like a silvery blue. So I don't know if that's an energetic, like an energy thing where I
Um,
actually may have visited somewhere.
that's okay. I have okay. So you say dragon. I have a dragon guide that is actually that close to that. It's like an ice blue. I guess there's some parts on it that would be like a silvery blue, but it's a really ice blue. Like it's such a light blue mostly that where it almost looks white, but it's not. And it's a long dragon, so it's kind of crazy. You said
Exa-
dragon, but yeah,
Exactly.
maybe it is an energy signature or
Exactly.
an actual something of that is that's like has a lot of energy to it.
that's very interesting. And Alice, I think it's great that you are meditating, and when you are meditating, you see visions much more regularly. I was taught to meditate from a very young age, and I mean, I'm sure at some point um, I didn't always see visions when I meditated, but it's almost instantaneous for me now. Like I close my eyes to meditate, or I sit down to a quiet space or out in nature or wherever I'm at, and I very much always see something almost instantaneously. It's kind of like we condition ourselves to be receptive, and the more frequently we do it, and the longer periods of time we do it for, and when it becomes habit, it kind of changes the way we perceive it. So we open ourselves up to see those visions, to see the places that we need to go so that we can learn what we need to learn much more quickly.
Yeah, and I don't um see, this is brought up, well, I'm starting to think that, like if you don't dream a lot in the sense of falling asleep and having a dream, your mind almost needs to kind of dream in some sort of way, shape, or form. And that the meditation visions are actually a way of making it so that you're very aware of a dream that maybe you might have forgotten that you have when you sleep. But and then the other thing is that since we were talking about black and white, we were talking about color, I, you know, I've had dreams where people come in as a white glow or a gold glow, and then I've had the silvery blue too. So then I'm wondering if those kind of like it's interesting how we're kind of developing this. Like it's a to me I see it as a sort of a developing kind of trait.
Yeah, I can see that. I know I don't dream a lot when I'm sleeping, but when I go places when I meditate, so that very well could be the reason why I don't often dream. And when I like I don't mind it when I meditate because I feel like I'm not in that sleeping state, so I have a little bit more control. Whereas if I'm sleeping, I mean, for me, that's when I see visions about myself, about my family that are maybe, premonitions of the future. And I want to be surprised, but, source or whoever you want to call it doesn't always give me that option.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all just for years I've dreamt, but I've always learned in my dreams. I guess I've never really fought them. More than anything, I used to learn to control them. I also used to learn how to, in my 20s, because I was traumatized by certain dreams that were like reoccurring dreams that had to do with past trauma when I was really young that I didn't remember. And in order for me to get through that, I did that with therapy, but I also used to daydream the dream backwards and I used to resolve the issue. And in doing so, then I was able to stop those reoccurring dreams, those particular reoccurring dreams. So like, I went through some abuse as a very young child that I had forgotten about. And I so I would it's like I would face my demon head on. So instead of like running from it and trying to forget the dream, instead I would go back and then I would attack my attacker, if that makes sense. You know?
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're going there. I just want to answer Magic Weaver's question. I don't often tell people about the future unless they specifically ask about it because the future is malleable and it can be changed. So even if it's something that could, potentially prevent something negative from happening, I don't want to mention it because if I do and they do act, something equally bad or worse may happen. So I try not to get involved with that unless I obviously do psychic readings and I do tarot as well. So if somebody is asking me specifically to look into the future, I will do it and I will tell you what the cards tell me and what my thoughts say, but I will not tell you if I see it kind of sporadically. I guess that's not always true. Sometimes I do. My son recently bought a van, and I love my son, but he's 20 and thinks he knows it all. And he didn't have insurance on the vehicle yet. So I told him, don't drive it. And of course, he doesn't listen to me. And he takes the vehicle and he just drove to the store to see some friends. And he came back and I told him, I said, you cannot drive that vehicle. And, I'm really telling him that something bad could happen. Well, he drove that vehicle the following day as well before he called and put insurance on it. And somebody hit his car and messed up the radiator in that car. And I told him, I said, I don't know why you don't listen to me. So I didn't directly tell him, don't drive your car. I seen this happening. And that's exactly what I seen happening. Somebody hitting his car. So I didn't directly tell him, but I kind of gave him guidance that he could have avoided the problem had he listened to me. But I find that when you tell people things, they're either going to do them or they're not. And a good majority of the time, when you tell people future events, they don't necessarily want to believe you, so they do what's on their own path anyway. So sometimes, even when you do share little bits of information like that, it's not taken with maybe the care it should be.
Sarah, do you have like little day premonitions, like for example, you're like kids are playing and there's like something sitting off on like a side and you envision it like being knocked over, so you go and you move it, but then times that you don't move it, it gets knocked over, like little things like that, like where you see something happening, and so like and unless you do something, it happens, but if you or you do things to avoid it from happening, or like you said, you
Every
show your
day.
son. Yeah,
I
those are
have
annoying.
visions. I have visions like that every day. Like my husband has learned to trust what I tell him, no matter what I tell him. And I mean, I don't drive because I'm legally blind, obviously. So there are times when we'll be like driving down the road, and I'll be like on my phone. I will not even be looking out the car window. I will not be looking at anything at all. And I'll tell my husband, you need to change lanes right now, and he will. And almost every single time that I tell him that, we narrowly avoided an accident, because if we had stayed in that lane, we would have, been in an accident. How severe, I don't always know. I a lot of times I just see the point of impact. And I will tell you what really annoys me is a lot of times I will see something fall. So I will move it because it's on a counter or something, and I'll move it someplace. And in the process of me moving it, that's actually when it falls and breaks. So sometimes I'm like, why did I even, do this? Because if I didn't move it, it might not have broken at all. But then there are some times where I'm like, no, I'm just going to leave it there. It looks like it's safe, and I didn't do anything, and it still broke. So I haven't quite determined on whether or not we should act on every vision we see. I mean, I probably see, I would say, a minimum of 5 to 10 little visions of things that'll happen just in my immediate near future on a regular basis, and that can be overwhelming.
Yeah, I get these things where it's like a series of events, like where I might see something that looks on or to somebody, and like, okay, make sure you do this or don't do that, because if they do or don't, just 10 minutes like sets off like other little things like I was trying to prevent from happening that I knew was going to happen. So yeah, it does. It gets never. I think it gets a little annoying for some things, but and frustrating at times too, especially if you could, if you know that you could have prevented it, or somebody could have just listened. If they just listened to you, then it wouldn't have happened.
Another thing I have a lot of experience with is those deja vu moments. I have a lot of deja vu moments, and I've like really, really over the past couple of years have really, really paid attention to the deja vu moments that I've had, and I find that a lot of times they're visions that I had before, so it didn't actually happen. I just like, push that little vision off to the side because it maybe wasn't as, dangerous as another one. And sometimes it's like a mundane conversation. It's just like a conversation I had with my husband, and I'll be sitting there having the conversation, and I'll be like, were you going to say this next? And he'll be like, how did you know that?
With the deja vu, I used to get deja vu a lot as a child and through my, I'd say all the way like through my 20s. But here in like in the last 10, I'd say 10 years, I've only had it maybe a couple of times. But I used to get deja vu so like just like very heavily. But lately, not as much in the last 10 years. Maybe just a few times, which is kind of crazy because I've noticed other people they're starting to get deja vu more often. So it's like a swap for me.
I've always had it fairly regularly.
Sarah Lynn, I have a theory on what deja vu actually is.
Oh, I want to
I'd
hear
like,
that.
yeah, okay. Can I hear yours first?
My theory on deja vu is sometimes you remember things before they happen. Time here isn't linear, so sometimes we actually, when we meditate, we actually see little glimpses of the preceding timeline that is yet to happen. That's kind of my going with theory. I mean, sometimes I actively visually have little visions that snap in my head, and I think that's what they are. I think it's little timeline loops that I'm able to see for whatever reason, because maybe I'm highly connected, or I don't know, but that's my theory. What's yours?
I actually think we all have a program which plays out our entire existence, and we just don't see it consciously. So we get little glimpses, like you're saying. Uh, when those glimpses come through, it's actually a deja vu.
Yeah, I'm kind of shaking my head yes, but I realize I don't have my camera on, so it's really doing no good. I kind of think that too. I know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Like it's so you're saying it's like this lifetime has already played out, and so since we're here like experiencing it, it's like like glitches from that.
Like kind of like, I guess we have, it's a bit far fetched, but we have a program, let's say, to play out certain things on our path, and sometimes it's just it'll leak through a little bit, and at the time that it's happening, so that it looks like a double. And it's deja vu, kind of like time stands still, and all of a sudden, it's like, oh, I know this. I know I've done this before, or whatever. It's because you're connecting to that program for a brief moment as it's actually happening. I don't know. I could be wrong. It's just a theory.
Well, that's interesting you say that. Talked to somebody about the stars in the sky. So they say like all the stars that we see in the sky are stars that have burnt out eons ago, and that we may be those stars in the skies that have already burnt out, but and then we're seeing it, even though because you know how space time and time travel works into but we're just playing out what's already happened, basically on a conscious level, to where everything's already pretty much happened. So we are those stars in the sky that's already burnt out.
Alien T, I don't know if you recall when we were talking about the collective consciousness, but I don't think your theory is far-fetched at all, because when I spoke on your live about collective consciousness, I spoke about it in a different manner. I spoke about collective consciousness as being the collective of all your consciousnesses, just you as an individual. So your past self, your future self, and your present self, and you are essentially aware. So you are able to live in a world that is not subjective but objective. So I think you're right, because as we ascend, we have more access to our past lives, our present lives, and our future lives. So I think your theory on deja vu is exactly what I said on your live.
I'm still having a hard time understanding the future self, although, yeah, I'm working on it. But I do understand the concept. I just can't really understand how, like, is there a limit to how many timelines there are? I mean,
There's many timelines, many of them.
Well, I would think at some point there would have to be a limit. Otherwise, we would continue to exist forever. And as we know, galaxies burn out. So at some point, we will be burned out, and energy has to go someplace. So it becomes something different than what we know now. So our timeline, as a human, as a consciousness that we are now, I think. Will be different than it is then. So I don't necessarily know that it stops, but it definitely stops in the manner in which we are able to perceive it as a corporeal being.
Now, yes, they say that galaxies and universes, what it could burn out. But technically, originally, we were actually beings that were never to die. We were to actually be eternal and go through ascension to where we would just ascend naturally. And a lot of it has to do with like the feeding of energy. It's kind of like the Merkaba, or like the Fibonacci sequence, where the energy is feeding in, and it's like and it recycles itself to keep regenerating and rejuvenating and like re-energizing itself. Um, so, but I do believe like we are only supposed to be in a certain place for so long. So after being in this dimension, after so long, like living lifetimes here, and then being able to connect back into those other timelines to make ourselves more into our own whole consciousness, we will go on to like basically like the next Loka. So I guess in a sense, I mean, so it doesn't necessarily burn out or go away like what I do, but it's you go someplace else that's different, and and the energy has to transform, because that's the one thing that they say, well, Pluto transform or die, but energy can be created or destroyed, but it wants to transform.
Ooh, thanks for the little ghosty. I love them. I'm so glad it's still on my little thingy. I just think they look so adorable.
Yeah, I like all the Halloween ones that they had, and yeah.
And now they took them all away, but for some reason I had that little ghosty.
They still have the ghost. They have the eyes. The eyes was pretty cool, and yeah, there's a couple and the black cat. I like the little black cat.
And we're all here, and TikTok is like all playing on us to spend all of this money, because they do these little thingies that, make these little cool actions that we like the way they look. So we just keep hitting them and hitting them and hitting them.
Yeah,
I think it's supposed to help the algorithms too, and that's the way I look at it. Is we're kind of interacting, and we continue it interacting. That way, TikTok doesn't think anybody's spamming anybody or trying to do anything questionable. So, but at the same time, it makes it fun. So,
I think I gifted myself once by accident.
I did that too. I
Yeah.
meant to give somebody in the box lower than me, and I clicked on myself.
And TikTok took half of it, so I just lost half of whatever I gifted. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of like a perpetual game. Every time you gift somebody, they lose half of that proceeds, and then they gift it back to you, and you lose half of it again. So I think the only one that's really making any money on them is TikTok.
Is TikTok, yeah.
But don't forget I'm in Canada, so I lose half and the exchange rate too.
Yeah, I look at it as this. I look at it in the terms of I help my friends out, my friends help me out, that helps the live out, and we are able to reach more people due to the platform that we are on. So the more that we engage with those that are around us, even if TikTok is taking the money, they are still promoting our engagement. So we are able to reach more people and teach them things and help them find their path. So that's kind of the way that I look at it, because they can't take half of the knowledge that we share with each other.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I look at it. But Alien T, I think you and I and probably most of us on this panel align very well with some of the ideas that we share with each other. I find that the more that we talk, even if our vocabulary isn't the same, the more we actually align and share the similar ideology.
Yeah. No, I absolutely, Serlin. Yeah, and I don't have all the terms. I went old school. I learned from the Hard Knocks, or what do they call it? School of Hard Knocks on the streets. I didn't have internet, and I didn't have higher education, but I found it all, and I experienced it all, and I get it, and that's why when like you or Alice or others speak, it just gives a descriptive understanding. It gives me words to use. So I'm learning a lot from you guys.
Well, I think we all have a lot of knowledge to share with each other. Some of us learn, just through life, hard knocks education. Some of us go to college to learn. Some of us read books to learn. And when we put all of that knowledge together, we need all of it. We need the books, we need the vocabulary, we need the real life experience. So when we have all of those components in the same room and are able to share thoughts and ideals with each other, then we have all the facets we need to learn.
Yeah. And also, I didn't remember the word, and I dropped photons on you. That came intuitively.
Oh, yes.
That came intuitively. I just was given the word, and I said, photons? It was a guess, pure guess.
Yes, and that's exactly what it was. And for some reason, that word was on the tip of my tongue. I just could not bring it out of my mouth. And I very much dislike when that happens. But I have multiple sclerosis, and it sometimes causes aphasia. So I sometimes forget the words, and I feel like really bad because I'm like, I know all these words. I've read all of them. They've been my life, but I can't say it.
Okay, now ask me what a photon is. I'll pass.
That is hilarious. Yeah, I really like to read about things like that. So I really, really I'm really science minded. And I like when science connects to anything metaphysical. So when you did your fifth dimension talk yesterday, and I'm like, yes, I have education on this. And I wanted to come home. I worked very late yesterday. My idea was to come home and do a little bit of research, but I actually had time to do zero research because I got home late from work because traffic was a nightmare. Because they decided to do all of this construction in the most awful place that they could do it, in the middle of rush hour. So I got home late. So I was even late to your lives. So I was so happy that I was able to speak and actually remembered what I wanted to say without looking it up. So
I just want to just say Sarah's birthday's this month. It's at the end of the month, and she wants vanilla flavored whatever you can. I'm okay about the vanilla flavor, but her birthday is at the end of the month, so this is her birth month. So I just wanted to share that with everybody. And
yes, this is my birth month.
Your mom's amazing. I love Andrea. Where is she? Tell her that. Tell her. You know, I'll message her after the live.
Yeah, my birthday's in the next week, so.
Oh, are you Sagittarius too?
No, because I'm Scorpio. Yeah.
Oh, so
Just
you're
you're the
right
end of the
before the
month, and
cutoff.
you're not a cusp though. Yeah, you cut off into Sag. Usually Sagittariuses are usually like my spiritual like besties. So always something to keep in mind. But yeah, my birthday's the 12th. So
Oh, that's cool. Jillian, we're not doing readings tonight, but we will be doing them tomorrow if you want to stop in. But yeah, I get along well with most zodiac signs. Actually, I find that I don't really have any that I don't really get along with. But for some reason, I mostly date and marry Leos. Like that is like the series of my life. Like every long-term relationship I've been in has been with a Leo.
yeah, I look back over it, and almost every very spiritual best friend I ever had was a Sagittarius. Always, always,
Oh,
always,
that's
always.
great.
And my ex was a
Cursed with
Sag
you?
as
Me
well.
too. I can't seem to get away from
Huh?
them. I said I'm cursed with them too. I can't seem to get away with them. My mom, everybody I work with online, my sixth house in my chart, Sagittarius. Like I couldn't escape them if I wanted to, But I know a lot of Sagittarius, and I know a lot of Scorpios. I have a lot of very close Scorpio friends. Actually, Scorpios is one of my favorites.
Uh, yeah.
Yeah, Taurus. We don't
Gemini's.
get much
Oh,
love.
I love Taurus. I love Taurus too, and I
You
love Scorpio
Taurus, you don't
rising.
get much love.
Taurus gets lots of love. They are love. They're Venus. The Venus ruled.
I was gonna, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, right.
Sarah Lynn, I was looking for a vanilla latte. I thought in the gifts to give you for your birthday, but
Oh,
Yeah, the
I
coffee
can't find
latte
it.
is in there.
I can't find it.
no, they changed it to pumpkin spice latte for the
Oh,
for Thanksgiving. And,
Okay.
and down here in the States, our Thanksgiving is this month, and I guess they think a lot of their platform is, you know, Americans. So they changed it to the pumpkin spice latte because that's real big down here this time of year.
We got it up here. We got Starbucks up here. We got it all.
yeah.
We're the
Yeah, but down here,
51st.
like
We're the 51st state.
I know you guys. I used to spend a lot of time right over in the Niagara Falls area, right on the Canadian side when I was a teenager, because we used to drive up there because, I had older friends and, we thought it was cool because the drinking age was much lower up there than it was in the States. So that's what we used to do on the weekend. I lived only about 3 hours from the border. So we
Yep.
would drive up there for the weekend.
And if you kept going another 3 hours north, you'd find me. I'm 3 hours north of Niagara Falls. About. Yeah.
But I have so many fond memories up there and in those falls. We used to go on that little boat behind it and go behind the falls. That was I definitely enjoyed it. It was definitely something from my childhood that I will carry with me forever because it is a beautiful sight.
Did you catch all the wax museums and the haunted houses? All
Yes,
that
I
stuff?
those are I've loved them since I was little. I was a strange girl that liked all the haunted houses and liked all the museums, and I used to I was always well liked in school, but I was always like also the odd one. So I was the one that would like go to the cemetery, but I wouldn't go alone. I'd convince all my friends that it was a cool place to be. So all of my friends we would go and we would hang out at the cemetery on the way home from school. And I remember we first started doing it when we were like maybe 11 or 12 years old, when we first started walking back and forth to school. And at first, the caretakers, they don't like kids in there because, kids are destructive. But what we would do is we would pick up all the trash that was around there and we'd dust off the graves and keep them neat and tidy because a lot of the cemetery was very old. They had a lot of old headstones, so we'd go and we'd like clean off the headstones and stuff like that. And once he realized what we were doing, he never bothered us. He actually came over and thanked us many times for taking care of the headstones because it was less work that he had to do.
That's cool. My mom obsessed with cemeteries, which actually made a lot of sense. And because we were raised LDS, and because we came from Yorkshire and came to the States just to move to the Salt Lake Valley, a lot of those cemeteries have families. So my mother would go out of her way. She'd take us to every cemetery and point out all the cousins and the uncles and the like. It was just full, and we would have picnics and that, so then even when we moved to Colorado, even though we don't know anybody in the cemeteries, that's where my mom liked to have picnics, and she would take us to all these little tiny cemeteries throughout Colorado. So that was her thing.
I like cemeteries quite a lot. I don't spend near as much time as I used to when I was little, but I will share a story about my daughter who's now 13. When she was about 2 years old, she just randomly one day started singing every time we went by a cemetery. She made up a song to sing every time we went by a cemetery in the car. So every time we go by a cemetery, she sings graveyard, graveyard, welcome to the graveyard. Everybody everywhere come and say hello. And to this day, she's 13 years old now. She still sings that song. No idea why she started singing it. And we've asked her, why do you start singing it? She goes, I just think they want to say hello. And every time we go by a cemetery, she still sings it. It doesn't matter who we're with, what vehicle she's in, if her friends are around or not. She will stop what she's doing and she will sing that song.
That's wonderful. I love that. I really do, because I used to, we used to go to the cemeteries, and I would think that there's a whole city underneath, and all the spirits are all gathering, and they're having, and then you would see these movies, or you would read I think Cabal, which ended up being Nightbreed, and they kind of played off that whole idea. But it's like, I used to always believe that. I used to always believe that they all had like little apartments down under there, and they were all interacting with each other, and so.
But I don't know what made her start singing that song, but I thought it would just be like a phase. Little kids do things. But I'm like, she's 13 years old. It's been 11 years. I don't think she's going to give it up. And I don't care.
That's great.
Yeah, but she really likes them.
Yeah. And I've never had problems with and I've seen shadow people. We have a tuberculosis cemetery out here. And that one was the more active ones compared to most cemeteries are not that active. People think that they're really active, but the tuberculosis one is a little bit more on the active side, because a lot of the tombstones have been removed and they were wooden, and so they because Colorado Springs was a haven for people with tuberculosis because the altitude was supposed to help them. So we have like all these haunted buildings and you can hear coughing. Like at the college, there was a hospital there, and in the dead of the night, if you wander the halls or whatever, you can hear coughing, and there'd be nobody in the building. So, a lot of that stuff out here.
A lot of the city that I live in, there used to be people buried underneath it years ago, so it wasn't nearly as populated. And my husband, I live in San Antonio, so the Alamo is downtown, and my husband worked very close to the Alamo. He only worked a few blocks from it. He worked at the courthouse now, which is about 2.5 blocks from the Alamo, and it was. Now that's the only thing that's left is the actual fort, but all the land around it was connected to that area originally. So there are most certainly things buried there. And he worked overnights he does security for a living. So he worked overnights at the courthouse. And he was always told that, the courthouse was haunted. And he didn't really believe it, but he is a spiritual person, but he never seen anything there. And he's like, I've never had any problems here. Well, one day he was at work real late, and he actually called me to tell me what had happened. He heard this upstairs. It's just like where they store stuff. It's not, the public doesn't have access to it. He did, because he does security there, but they just store things like old metal, like teacher style desks, and like old things that they had, they're not using at this time. And he said it sounded like somebody was up there flipping the desks over. And so he, runs up there thinking that, somehow somebody got like locked in the courthouse, and they're now, thinking nobody's there, and they're, doing whatever they were doing. Well, he walked up there, he turned on the lights, he turned on his flashlight, couldn't find anything. So he turns off the lights and starts walking back down the stairs. And what does he hear? It sounds like desks are flipping over again. He actually looked, and one of the desks was flipped over.
Wow.
So he had to go and put it back up. And that was kind of like, his experience with there. He's like, well, I guess this place is a little haunted.
yeah, that's kind of that's really cool. That's actually a very cool story.
Yeah, it's one that he tells a lot. I mean, he said he heard like creaking noises up there and stuff, but it's an old building. The courthouse is pretty old. So, I mean, it makes sense that, you might hear it creaking when nobody's there at night. I mean, buildings settle, but he's like, he couldn't explain that one away.
I just noticed Azrael's pic is just dropping random. What is that?
Oh, I just noticed it too.
Oh
It
no, I
looks like
noticed it a
a,
bit about ago. I thought it was a dancer. I thought it was a like a spirit
yeah,
dancer of some
it
sort.
looks like an answer. Let's see what it is. We'll put him in the big screen so we can see it.
It's it's great though, but like I'm thinking it's a jackal. I don't know what
I
it
don't
is. I don't
know.
know what animal that is.
Crypto.
Azrael.
A skinwalker.
Okay.
Yeah. We dealt with a couple of those in the woods by my house a couple years back. A kachina doll.
We lost. He's fighting. He's fighting something. He's not 100%.
Yeah, I
Maybe he
agree.
fell asleep.
I just seen him in the comments a minute ago, so I don't think he was sleeping. I thought I did anyway. Maybe not. Probably fell
I'm
asleep on
popping
my
through
live.
it.
He probably fell asleep on my live, but I am like concerned. The other day when I was walking, I was waiting outside for my brother-in-law to pick me up to take me to my shop. I know that there are animals all around us. We see them all the time. But one thing that I hear and I never see are wolves. I know we have wolves here, but we've only ever seen the coyotes. And when we were driving out to go to my shop after my brother-in-law had picked me up, I'm driving down my road, and this story that I'm going to tell you is going to seem like surreal, because I drive down my road at the same time every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with my brother-in-law to go to my shop, and we rarely see animals. If we ever do see an animal, it's like one deer. We seen As soon as we left my driveway, we seen 3 deer, and then across the road, and then we seen an armadillo cross the road, and then we seen a raccoon cross the road, and then we seen a squirrel cross the road, and we get right up by the end of my road where they are tearing down all of the trees to build a subdivision on my road, which I am horribly upset about, because I wanted to purchase all of the property across the street and put a house on it, and the city wouldn't give me a permit to do that, so I ended up not purchasing it. But they sold it to a developer, and they're now going to put an entire subdivision there, which is, they're going to have to tear down acres of land to do this. And right there in the clearing where they have already started tearing down all of the trees that were there, there was a beautiful wolf. I have lived in my house for 7 years, and I've never seen a wolf. I've heard them, but I've never seen one.
Wow.
And to see that many animals on the way to work was just surreal. It's a mile long drive. That's it. It's not like a huge road that I'm riding on for hours.
It's almost a little sad, because it almost makes you think to yourself a couple things. The first thing is seeing so many animals like that. There's always messages. But then the other thing is if the developers are going in there and tearing everything up, that might be another reason why the animals they're getting stirred up out of their home.
Well, what I thought when I seen it was that the animals live deeper in the woods than where they have tore up so far. They tore up by the beginning of my road, which I'm sure there are some animals that live there, but the wolves and the coyotes that we hear are several acres down from that area, and it was just one lone wolf. Well, wolves are pack animals, so what it looked like to me was that they had sent a scout out, because the wolf was so majestic. It was just standing there looking like it was surveying what had happened, and it just made me feel so sad, because I like my little country area. I live in the city, but I own a couple acres of land, and across the street are hundreds of acres of land that we were told that they could never build on, and they wouldn't let me purchase them to build a house on them. So I was extremely upset by that, because I don't like living in close proximity to people. I love people. I do a lot out in my community. I'm around people, but when I come home, I like to not have neighbors right next to me. I like to have my space. So we're actually going to be selling our house, which I'm really kind of sad about. But we own another property that is out in the country, and that's where we're going to move. My mother-in-law passed about a year ago, and she left us a sizable piece of land out in the country. So we're gonna be putting our house out there.
Mm.
Sounds
I
nice.
didn't mind Texas. Oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alien.
No, I'm just saying it sounds nice out in the country, you know. Just get some land.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of bittersweet, because I literally found like a hidden gem when I purchased this house. And of course, we had no idea my mother-in-law was going to pass when she did, when I purchased this house. And I wanted to be close to the city, because my work is close to the city. And my children, they like to go to the mall. They like to do all the fun things that, you get to do when you live in the city. But I also wanted to live in the country. So we found this little piece of heaven where we didn't think they were ever going to be able to build, because we were told we couldn't purchase that land to build. So I found this little gem on a couple acres of land. I got about an acre and almost 2 acres of land here. And I don't have very many neighbors. I only have 5 neighbors, and I can't see any of them. And then there's all these woods across the street from my house. So I thought I found like the perfect place that I was going to live forever. And then they had to go and sell all of that land to a developer. But I was very fortunate that my mother-in-law left us property that we inherited, that we could, sell this house and put there's a small trailer on it, but we're a big family. So we need a bigger one. So we're just going to stick a nice modular home there, but it's going to be bittersweet, because I liked where I lived until they decided to industrialize it.
Well, that happens, unfortunately. Big areas. Sorry for interrupting, Alice, by the way. I did interrupt.
No, it wasn't anything. I was just saying that I really actually liked Texas a lot when I went out there for 2 weeks. I just got eaten alive by fleas. That was the only problem. But other than that, I actually liked Texas quite a bit. I didn't go to San Antonio. We were in the was it Fort Worth area, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Texas is
So,
Texas is nice. I've lived out on the East Coast as well, and I much prefer, this area. I lived in Virginia and Albuquerque for a little while too, and I really, to me, I find Texas to be my home. I really like it, but fleas can be bad. We don't have fleas on our property anymore, but what we did was we released a whole bunch of nematodes on our property to kind of combat that flea problem. But when we first moved in, there was a lot of fleas, but nematodes eat fleas and some other bugs as well. So we released a lot of nematodes, and we also have now. We didn't then, but we have guinea hens now, and guinea hens eat fleas and ticks and all those lovely things that we don't like.
yeah, that's cool though. That is, yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy it. Texas has nice hospitality. I will say that.
They've got a really big opera sing down in Dallas and stuff like that. And I had debated on going to Texas for a while, but I'm here. I'm in Colorado for now. So, but
Well,
yeah,
Colorado's
it's
pretty,
more
but I don't
affordable.
like that
Colorado,
snow. I don't
yeah,
like that
Colorado
snow.
gets the springs has gotten really expensive, and so it's that's the big thing. And the snow's, the snow's not as bad as like going to Wisconsin or something like that. But yeah, the weather's so random out here. You're in shorts one day and you're in, snowsuits the next. Yeah.
Yeah, Texas is pretty much like that too. All last week, it was 80 in the daytime, and it was in the 30s in the evening and night. And I'm just like, you want a 50-degree difference? Move to Texas.
Oh, there's Azrael.
Oh, did he come back?
No, he's
Oh, I've
changing
been here.
pictures, so I know he's there.
Hey,
Well,
I was
yeah,
Oh,
eating.
we're
I was listening to you guys are chit chatting, and I was having cottage cheese with pineapples.
ooh, I can't have that. I am deathly allergic to pineapple and pumpkin, and it's both of them smell so good.
Oh, my mom would love that with the cottage cheese. Yeah, she likes to eat the fruit with the cottage cheese. You people are weird.
nope. I was
So
raised the same. I was raised the same way, but I eat cottage cheese straight with just crackers now. But I
She
was
does too,
raised
or
with
she
pineapple
puts
and
pepper
cottage
on it.
cheese too.
Why would you put pepper on cottage cheese? It's like makes me think of like putting pepper on your yogurt. I'll eat yogurt, but you can't give me. You couldn't pay me to eat cottage cheese at all.
so Azrael, you're in Chicago, home of the famous pizza. Um, would you put pineapple on pizza?
Yeah. Uh
Yeah, this time I'll call the cops.
Uh-huh.
oh.
He took the fifth. It looks like he took the fifth on that one. All right.
No, I said no. I wouldn't.
Okay, I would. And not only that, I would even, and I've done it. I've had pizza with pineapple and anchovies at the same time.
Oh,
My
I
God,
don't know
Bad
how
thing.
that would taste.
Yeah.
Well, I
oh my
don't
God,
know.
that's
The
scary.
anchovies are fish. If you think about it, when we get into like, that's getting very Hawaiian, and those Hawaiian flavors, not just the ham, but actually like the fishes and the fruits together and things like that. I don't know.
Mhm.
See, to me, I like classic pizzas, so I don't like breakfast pizzas. I don't like weird, pineapple on pizzas.
Oh,
Yeah.
breakfast pizza.
I've had it. It tastes pretty good, but you know, but that's not. If I'm gonna get pizza, I want pizza. I don't want random stuff. Here, what we have here, we have one called the Al Capone pizza, which is I don't know if you guys are familiar with Italian beef. It's shredded like real thin sliced beef, and they put a pepper called giardiniera pepper. It's a giardiniera pepper, serrano peppers, but they make it. It's a Chicago thing. So they call it the Al
Mm.
Capone pizza. It's very good. It's spicy and meaty, but it's all different varieties. We have like 30 different or 40 different varieties of pizza here, just from the city alone. And when they think about deep dish, that's not the only pizza we have here. We have all kinds of pizzas.
Yep.
See, I'm
Yeah,
kind of,
my mom lives in Chicago after she moved from Louisiana, and she says the food. She always talked about the food in Chicago. Other people did too. So, from everything I've heard, Southern food and food from Chicago is like the best. But yes, I know you guys are known for other pizzas as well.
Hmm. Yeah, the thing about our city is a foodie city. So our city is actually the I hate to say it, but the best city and everything. We actually take all the foods around the world and people
Actually,
perfection it. A lot of chefs come from here. A lot of
yes, you're actually right. And I've cooked professionally, and yes, Chicago is the place to go for, especially to learn how to cook and to get that variety because you guys do have a large variety of food and some of the
Mhm.
best.
Mhm. And the comments are saying that we went from dreams to food, dreams to
well,
etc.
I
to
guess we
food.
get hungry when we sleep.
Yeah.
You
I
always
just
wake
Never
I
up
just
know.
hungry,
ordered a
so I
pizza.
mean, I'm so picky with pizza. I'll eat like I like it with mushrooms or like just plain cheese. I'm so picky though. I'm kind of like
Mushroom and
not very
sausages.
adventurous. And
Well,
down here, we have mostly Tex-Mex, and it's like I didn't grow up with those flavors, and I don't like spicy food. So it's like my entire family down here, all my children, my husband, they all like that Tex-Mex, and I'm like, can we go someplace with like a burger and fries?
You know what? Fajita, a steak fajita is my favorite food of all.
Yeah,
I love
they like
fajitas.
that a lot. Fajita isn't bad. It's not super spicy, so I can deal with like a fajita taco or something like that. That's actually what I had for lunch is a fajita taco.
Mm.
Today, Azrael guessed my dinner last night.
yeah, we got so much
Yeah.
food. See, you guys only know what you see. There's so much other varieties of food here that it'll blow your mind. It will. We got
You
all
probably
type
you
of stuff.
probably have to I probably have to diet for a month before I go to Chicago because I'm not going to be able to, and I'm going to want salami, and
You know what? One of my
because
favorite foods. Go ahead, Alice. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I'm a salami girl. That's all. Anyway, go ahead.
I like salami, but my all-time favorite food are pierogies and speedies. And down here, nobody
Mm.
even knows what they are. I have to order speedy sauce. I mean, you guys probably don't know what they are unless you're from upstate New York. It's the only place you can buy them, but I have to actually, I pay my parents to send me down this sauce. With Speedies are marinated meat, but they're marinated in a specific sauce that is State Fair Speedy sauce, and you can only get it in upstate New York, and it's a really really good marinated, similar to Italian, but it tastes a little bit different, and that's just the best. But everybody down here loves it when I make it, but nobody knows what it is. And then we have pierogies, which I don't know if you know what they are, but they're
Yeah.
Yes.
you guys all know what they are. That's
I
good
know
because down here,
what they are. I don't
well,
know what
they're
speedy
they're basically like a pierogies are basically like a dough, and you fry them, or you can boil them. But they have potatoes and like cheese, or potatoes and like vegetables in the middle of them. So it's like eating a piece of pasta with potatoes in it. And I know that doesn't sound good, but they are really, really good. And my family
A
loves
little
them.
like
But
a dumpling. I always,
yeah, kind of
yeah,
like
I
a
was kind
dumpling.
of, yeah, yeah.
Kind of like a dumpling, but down here, like my husband tells me, they taste like pasta with potatoes in the middle, and that's what he tells all of his friends, and then they eat them, and they're like, they're really good. But they don't sell them down here, so I actually have to order them online just to buy them to have them for my family, because my family loves them, because that's food that that's food that I grew up. I used to make them, but I don't have the time to do that anymore.
No,
Sarah,
we do the same. So we do the same thing. I was born and raised in San Jose, California, and I'm sorry, there is sourdough bread all over the country, but if you are from the San Francisco area, it is actually in the seawater, in the air. That's the reason why the sourdough is completely different flavored. And it's you have to order that in. You can't, because if you bring the dough out here, it would last for one bake because sourdough's in a starter form. So of course you continue it on. By the time it picks up the air in the second batch, you've lost the flavor. So and it has purely to do with the altitude and the seawater. So,
yeah, Sarah Lynn,
Yeah.
Or no.
you have to look in. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Hold on a second. Darn it. You have to look into what I texting down there. It's called Coolijonis.
Oh, okay.
You have to look into this if you can find it over there. It's 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 similar to your the pierogies, but it's made. It's Sardinian. It's the same concept. It's potatoes with parsley inside, and you can either fry them or boil them. But traditionally you boil them and then you fry them. You boil them first and to soften them up, and you fry them. But there's stuff with just like the pierogies.
Interesting. That is my favorite food. I grew up in, Pennsylvania. They were just
You
a
know,
staple in our diet.
once a year, I'm a mile away, actually an hour away from it. It's called Whiting's, Whiting's, Indiana. They have a pierogi fest that goes for 3 days. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's like the biggest pierogi fest, ever. You know.
Well, I love pierogies, but nobody down here knows what they are. Nobody does. And so when they come over to my house, they're like, "Are you making the weird food that tastes good?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can make the weird food that tastes good."
Yeah, my friends make that for Christmas. They actually all get together and they all make pierogies because they're real good because you have meat pierogies, cheese pierogies, potato pierogies, um, prune pierogies, all varieties. All.
Yeah, the only ones I can order online are the cheese and is the Mrs. T's cheese and potato ones. They're the only ones I can order online without putting anybody at an inconvenience to mail them to me, because they have to be frozen. So they're the only ones that we can get down here, because they're the only ones I can order online that I have found anyway. But I absolutely love them, and my family, they are a staple in our diet. So I order them all the time. I
Well,
have
you
a
know what?
standing order.
We'll touch base because there is a factory over here that make them, and you can get those big packages. I don't know if you've ever seen. It's
Yes.
directly from the factory. I think it's like $1.50 for 8 of them. In the
Oh, well,
packages.
that's pretty cheap. I pay a
Yes,
lot more than that.
yes, and they, because the factory is over here. It's in the street. It's Central in Belmont. I know it's in Chicago. I know the area. I bought them, many times, but we get tired of it because we eat so much of it. But it's Chicago is one place definite. And if you guys ever plan on cooking or visiting, this is the place for food. And, we have so much stuff here, and just like Madam Mayhem mentioned, this is a place to learn how to cook. I'm fortunate. I have like 8 ethnicities in me, so I'm able to test everything. So I'm all over the place.
Oh, that's good. My husband and I are big food connoisseurs. One of the things that we do on a weekly basis is we don't always do it every week because our schedule just doesn't permit it, but we try to go out to eat once a week together, just my husband and myself, and we always try to go to some new restaurant, one that either just opened up or one that isn't very well known that we haven't been to very much, like the little just mom and pop little places. So we try to do that, and that's something that we really like. I don't eat a lot of food, but I like to eat good food.
Yes. Wow.
I think it's amazing that we all have like where we live. There's such a difference in like food. I mean, I learned that from just moving down here. You said you make Asriel, you said you guys make pierogies and stuff for Christmas. I can't do that because I had to learn how to make tamales because that's a tradition
yeah.
down here. Everybody down here makes tamales for Christmas.
Mhm.
And my husband is
Christmas, yeah.
Hispanic. Yeah, he's Hispanic and Native American, and they literally take an entire day to make. You got to boil down all the meat. You got to make the masa. And so I had to learn to do it because I am not a Hispanic girl. I am Scots-Irish and Native American. You want fry bread? I can make fry bread. You want anything that is like of a Celtic variety that my grandmother taught me how to make, I can make that. You want anything from the area that I grew up, I can make that. But tamales, I didn't know what a tamale was before I moved down here. I mean, I'm serious. We just don't have them up there where I grew up. They're not a very popular dish. So they're my husband's favorite food. So I had to learn to make them.
Wow.
Yeah,
But I am going.
I was gonna say
Go
my
ahead.
niece did the same thing. She married a man from Mexico, from Chihuahua, and we learned how to make tamales, and we learned how to make all sorts of, like, enchiladas are a completely different thing, and I absolutely love. I mean, I love all that stuff. I love tamales for Christmas. Yeah. But and of course I was raised on your basic turkey and the whole ordeal, that kind of thing for Christmas. So to have tamales was kind of, and menudo, tamales and menudo, that was a novelty. So
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, everybody down here likes all of that stuff as well. Me, it's like I just didn't grow up with it, so it's like you always go back to the comfort foods when you grow up. So it's definitely a difference. It's definitely a different palate for me down here. I'm not real keen on the spicy stuff because I never had it growing up, but all of my children, they love all of that spicy stuff because they grew up with it. They put like the what do you call it, the chamoy on like their watermelon. I'm like, oh.
My
So
mom's
they really.
yeah, I've had
always
it
praise
on honeydew, and it's actually pretty good on honeydew.
Yeah, they eat it on all that stuff. They eat it on cantaloupe, on watermelon,
Are you
and
talking about
they
that
eat it
red
just
sauce
plain.
stuff, Sarah? The
Yeah,
red sauce in the bottle?
uh,
The chamoy, yes,
chamoy is a
or the
powder.
tahine.
A
The,
powder? Like it comes like in like
I
a
thought
bottle of
the
champagne?
chamoy is in a liquid. The tahine is a powder, and
Hey, Rebecca.
I've had both. And then the other thing is those pickles that everybody has on TikTok. I've been trying to get some of those for family. I don't like pickles myself, but man, it's weird to watch them make those things. I don't know if you've ever seen them where they take the pickles, the giant pickles, and they cut them in half, cover them in chamoy and like Takis and
Yes,
fruit
they sell them
roll-ups
down here.
and tahine. Yeah, yeah, they're like $20 or whatever a
Yeah, I see the one
pop,
with the
but
fruit roll up, the watermelon, and that sauce stuff that you're talking about. I've seen that one, but
And
yeah,
one thing that's
that's
like
exactly what
huge
I'm
down
talking
here.
about.
One thing that's huge down here too is everybody likes pickled eggs.
Oh, my mom likes pickle. No, I don't. My mom eats everything pickled. I don't do pickled. No, she does pickled pig's feet.
I'm
On all that weird, gross like Southern food that I won't touch. But yeah, she loves pickles pig's feet and pickle snout. Yeah, but my mom's Korean though, so she eats a lot of that weird food stuff.
like, you really have to, like, I'm not a big pickled person. I don't like a lot of pickled things, but I've been wanting to try the pickled eggs. I've heard that the pickled eggs are good, but you know, it's the vinegar. The vinegar usually gets to me. So, but it all depends on I guess what you're doing, you know.
Yeah, I just think it's so weird. Like we live all these different places, and we all have like different food that we like. Like down here, like when I lived in Albuquerque, everybody liked fry bread. Like fry bread, it was just like a common staple. And I mean, growing up, I had family that made it. My aunt made it. But down here, people don't make it. And it's like
Yeah, yeah.
it's so weird. It's to me, it's just so weird. Like you can live just a little bit away from someplace, and like the food differences are just so different.
Yeah, I see Colorado's not really known for anything yummy except for like I don't know, buffalo and bison, that kind of stuff. But otherwise,
Yeah, but
we're just not known for anything.
well, bison is really good.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. But it's not, you know, like to me it's you know, like being from the Bay Area and having a lot of really good seafood and having a lot of that sourdough bread with butter and the whole it's like so bad for you. But you
Bread
know,
is
and then
my
Gilroy is the garlic and the wine country and all of that kind of stuff. It was so different compared to Colorado. We just don't have a lot out here. That's just
I'm
not,
a
we're not a foodie place.
yeah, bread is my downfall.
Edibles.
Bread and
They're
cheese.
edible. Forget there you go. There's your Colorado famous food, edibles.
That's true.
I mean, to me, like bread and cheese are my downfall. Those I cannot turn them down. Like bread and cheese, I just love them.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm like, bread is like full of carbohydrates, but it's so good, especially like sourdough bread and challah bread. I love it. It just tastes so good.
Like
I'm like, why
challah
has it got
bread.
to be?
Oh.
How you don't like it?
No, I love challah bread.
Oh,
I
okay.
actually
Yeah,
really
me
like a lot
too.
of breads. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. And a good French bread, like a really good French bread.
Oh
You know
yeah.
what's good? You guys speaking about the challah bread? I make a special pizza out of the challah bread, where you get pesto, you know, the green pesto, and
Yeah,
you spread it on the challah bread. You get the pesto, and you know, and you spread it on there. Then you put arugula, fresh spinach, arugula, diced up real thin onions, cherry tomatoes, and basically a vinaigrette. You know, like the vinaigrette. You dazzle the vinaigrette on there, and then just lightly put a little bit of cheese. You pop it into the oven, and you ooh, it's awesome. You have to try it. So it's simple. The challah bread, pesto, arugula, spinach, um, cherry tomatoes, a little bit of cheese. You don't need a lot of cheese, just a little bit of cheese, white cheese, whatever, mozzarella or Munster or even Parmesan, and vinaigrette, the red vinaigrette, and it trust me, in 10 minutes, you guys will have probably the best pizza, and you think you spend $50 on that pizza.
I used to cook
that
a lot with pesto when I cooked
that
professionally, and it's
sounds
really
good.
good. But pesto's good with like certain things. But no, that does sound really good.
You know, and then yeah, I usually also put fresh basil, but you don't really have to, because fresh basil is kind of hard to find in many places.
Really, I grew tons of basil. It's super easy to grow.
It is, but it's kind of hard, over here with the weather-wise. So the weather, we can only grow it so long.
I mean, I just like, yeah. I mean, it has to be like here. It gets really, really dry. So I mean, we have to water it more frequently than maybe some other things. But basil to me, I just like it's very hard for me to kill.
Oh, so we got purple. Do you want to? We're talking about dreams tonight. Do you want to share anything about with dreams, lucid dreaming, dream traveling? Anything significant you want to share about dreams before we, you know? in the live.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to end
Hello.
it pretty soon because I gotta wake up
wrap
early.
everything. We went from talking about dreams
Yep.
to different things
I
to
gotta
food.
run, so
Wrap it back around again, back to food, or not food. I
I'll have
mean
to check
dreams.
in on you guys tomorrow. So
Hi,
I
Alice.
am gonna
Hi,
run.
everyone.
So
Bye.
Yeah, have a good day, Alice.
oh, thank you.
Wow, from dreams to food.
Now we're all gonna be dreaming. We're gonna be all dreaming food tonight.
We're gonna have dream. We're all chefs.
That would be funny.
On.
Depends on, I think dreams are messages for some people. I think dreams are also playbacks. I think it just depends on what sort of dreaming you're talking about. Because we all experience dreaming at some time. There's deja vu dreaming. So it just depends. There's different depths of dreaming,
White.
whether you're awake while you're dreaming, so it just depends. Dream walking. Dreams can be pretty powerful with their message, but they can also be very ominous with their message. So it just depends on how in tune you may be with your body, I believe. I've had reoccurring dreams of certain things that are supposed to be, I suppose, warnings or signs that I'm not doing something or I'm not in the right space at this time. So I think dreams can be really significant for people. Yeah. I love dreaming. Dreaming's pretty cool. I like dream walking a lot. That's what I do. I use the dream realm to see a lot of my relatives. Yeah.
Now, do you dream in color or black and white?
Oh yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Okay, so that would depend. Okay, when I want to go over something, it will usually be in black and white. But when something is new and fresh, or it's a new idea or a new thing for me, it's usually in color and it's pretty vivid colors. It just depends on what the topic is, what your body's doing, what you read before you go to bed, because usually that'll have an impact. What you're listening to, that'll have an impact. What you're feeling, what your emotions are. Are you stressed? You'll dream about your job. You'll dream about when you leave home and you're going on a holiday. You'll dream, did you turn the iron off? Did you lock the garage door? So it all depends. It all depends on what you're dreaming, why you're dreaming it, and what you're feeling at the time. I believe anyway. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I tend to agree. What? You said my name in the comments, Mel.
What I find interesting is that, do you know many people who have seen time in dreams?
Who have seen what?
Time. Like
Yeah, that's
actually,
when you're lucid dreaming. You're supposed to either try to read something or tell time, and that can be a
yes,
struggle at first when you first try it.
yes. That's why a lot of people, if you notice in their dreams, they won't have anything of reference to time. Because in dream world, time is different.
I don't know. I never really thought about it. I don't dream a whole lot, so.
Trying to read something in your dream is it's not as easy as you think it would be.
And that's why I think I dream when I want information or I want to read something in a dream world. In black and white, it's really, really good when you want to read. Excuse me. Because it's easier to read. If it's colourful, you sort of get sidetracked in your dream from what maybe you should be finding out within the dream, if that's the type of dream you're having. So yeah, for me, black and white's usually an information dream. When it's a color dream, it's a new dream. It's sending other messages that not necessarily I need to pay attention to or I want to pay attention to.
Makes sense. It makes sense. Well, I think I am going to end this live because I have got to get up early and work in the morning. But it was a pleasure talking with you all.
Thanks for having us. Good to see you.
Yes. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Take care.
What was that, Beck? Oh, you too. Thanks, Alien, for coming on. Thanks, Azrael and Madam Mayhem and Purple.
Welcome.
Thanks for
Well, have a good night, everybody. It was awesome.
You too. Bye-bye, guys. I will see you next week. Same time, same place.